Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back with another live stream of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel and Video Game News. Today is actually Thursday, September 28th, late night again. This time I'm not catching up as much as I was alerted maybe an hour or two ago that I was going to need to do something in a mini emergency. So I will be busy probably all of tomorrow, Friday. So for that reason, instead of potentially getting into the weekend and trying to catch up on Saturday, it just behooves me to go ahead and stream early. The good news is on Friday there's unlikely to be any news. The weird news though is pretty much after Wednesday's stream more news happened. So yeah, there's definitely some weirdness there in that the whole setup of everything is gonna boil down to me talking about news probably more today than playing Yu-Gi-Oh! In part, another reason for that is that I have just kind of done everything. Like, we've got some daily quests here and a Duel live and all of that, but I've already finished all the festival for requirements. I probably am in a good position right now to think about one last thing on one of these secret packs. Like, I could open legacy packs, but let's take a look here. We have an 11-day, 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 11-day. Let's see if there is any cards here that would be a good candidate to open packs on. This obviously is a bad candidate. This almost certainly is going to be a bad candidate unless I just really wanted this card. And frankly, even at that, I should just try and craft that card, not open packs for that. This is a bad candidate also. And let's see, I bet this is a bad candidate also. It almost makes sense to do this one. Well, think about that. Otherwise, it would be B-Trooper Rollout, which we still have plenty of time for, and so we shouldn't really do anything. And that's not particularly much better of a candidate. Or it's one of these normal packs, which let's consider that, because I believe the normal packs in particular, see, this is a really good candidate to open cards with, I think. Let's see if there's even better offer here. Yeah, this is a really good candidate too. Okay. So let's head out and do a 10-pack here. And then 2 ultra rares tells me that we are going to not necessarily have to go through any of these. Since these are normal packs, you're getting 8 cards of the featured card set instead of 4 just Master Duel pool of 10,000 cards, of most of which are unimportant. So, yeah. Now weirdly, we didn't get any keys for that, which I thought you always got a key to a secret thing when you got a super rare or ultra rare. but I'm not seeing any keys at all. Oh, there's a key, but only when we got a shiny. Interesting. So I've played this game for over a year and I still don't understand its secret pack system. For the accountability section for today, since I really only had one day to work on it, I was able to schedule one more series and work on my macro, try to get the robustness up higher. I don't think I've fully hammered out all the bugs in it still, but it seems good enough that if I just babysit it and watch the macro play, I can play on my phone, which is what I've been doing, while the macros run. And after I got one video scheduled on YouTube, doing the premiere for every new episode of Shadow of the Tomb Raider, which the thumbnails on Shadow of the Tomb Raider on YouTube are interesting to say the least, in that it is the YouTube algorithm itself selecting what thumbnails to use, and it's caught a few awkward angles of Lara Croft where it looks like she's in ecstasy, for lack of a better term. And then a lot of the screenshots though of Shadow of the Tomb Raider just look ugly. Like, I just don't think the graphics look particularly good, and I don't know if that's because I got the settings wrong, or if that was because that was when the overclocking on my RAM became an issue. I'm not really sure, but that is yet another series that's just going to have a problem, and that means pretty much that months and months and months of my 2 p.m., because I'll put that in the 2 p.m. time slot of 2024, are going to just be games that have little visual glitches or crashing happening. It's not a good situation at all. Okay. So, weirdly, I think you probably still have like a good argument to just open another 10 pack here. But let's start by just doing a 10 pack here. And then I think we probably will just want to leave it there, because if all of this is ending in 11 days, then we may just have something new or a whole bunch of new stuff in 11 days. I wouldn't be surprised if it is close to 4 or 5 secret packs and 2 new normal packs that we should be saving up our gems for. After scheduling Shadow of the Tomb Raider, I switched over to streaming to Twitch and trying the new beta version of Advanced Scene Switcher to make clips from a single stream on Twitch for all the YouTube shorts, effectively making something like YouTube shorts, but they are different. And yeah, I got the code working somewhat, so the clips get made, but then the clips don't get published. So I made like 91 clips and then had to open up 91 pages to then like premiere or favorite, or I don't even know what the feature, I think is the phrase they use, to feature the clips, otherwise they just would not show up anywhere. And the whole clip setup is very weird on Twitch in that it kind of just picks whatever it wants to pick as far as the duration and the start point of a clip. instead of me being able to tell it exactly when to start and exactly when to stop, which seems weird. And there's kind of a playlist collection feature too that advanced scene switcher doesn't interact with. A lot of this is just Twitch's fault. Like at a certain point, if I could just go select all the clips in the video manager and then feature all the clips in bulk just by clicking a button, that would be the solution easily. But yeah, it's just yet another example, I think, of where Twitch does not really make a lot of sense to try and have content on there for any kind of long term. Yeah. Again, this would probably be a decent collection of cards to go back and investigate again and buy another tin pack, but I think we'll just stay there. I think that works fairly well. And we've got like 59 days until this ends. We may have a new solo thing. I'm not even going to bother to check. And in opening those 20 packs, how many extra cards does that give us? Just a really small amount of normal cards. So yeah, it's kind of questionable whether I can actually make hay. So yeah. The thing here now is I did make it to platinum, so there's just not really enough time. It's September 28th, 2 days this ends. There's not enough time to get to diamond, so I might as well just stick with this and continue playing all the way up to this point and further, even though I've already done all the festival stuff. The only other thing I could do is if I had a daily quest and the festival didn't accomplish the daily quest goals, I would have to see if I could accomplish those goals playing in free play mode. I guess I could play a solo. It would probably be wise to go ahead and do that. Yeah, I'm not really 100% certain, though, that I really am not 100% certain that it's worth it to have my macro going, making the YouTube shorts and streaming that to Twitch. I don't know how many people are gonna watch that. Part of the problem is there's not really a good category in there. Either I put it under software / and game development, or I put it under just chatting. And at a certain level, I really am stretching the definition of chatting by putting it in just chatting, but just chatting is by far the most watched category on Twitch, and so it really does make a lot of sense to be in that category. Like, theoretically, my macro is chatting in a very stretched way. It's putting up text on the screen for the audience. Is that really interacting? No. Would that really be chatting? No. If I'm watching the chat while the whole thing's going, and if somebody got in the chat and I respond to it, would I be chatting? Yes. So then I kind of need to pay attention to it. If I'm gonna make that argument. But, yeah. And I have no idea what happens if something is just categoryless. on Twitch if that gets shown anywhere. It almost certainly doesn't get shown anywhere important. So, yeah. I'm still at the level of just uncertainty if this is good quality content. Also, because the whole thing's automated, I need to now split the I need to split, what am I trying to say here? Yeah, split the process of starting to record versus starting the stream and leave the stream going instead of stopping the stream and starting the stream over and over again, which was the first way I had the automation going, and that really doesn't work particularly well. I could get it to do that, but it's just gonna make a mess. Although at a certain level, then you're not making clips at all at that point, you're just making streams, and so maybe that would make some more sense to do it that way. There is one interesting element in that you can basically drop a marker for editing for later on videos during a Twitch stream that with some text description on it, which that's something you can't do on YouTube. Another thing you can't do on YouTube is change the game. I did double check to see if maybe you changed a video's category away from being in gaming, that it would then potentially erase the game subheading under the gaming category, and no, it doesn't. If you change it, say, to automotive info and then change it back to gaming, the title of the game is still saved. So, yeah. I probably made a lot of mistakes as far as scheduling videos and things all throughout my channel, and a lot of them will never be found and never be fixed, and they don't matter, but a lot of them may also be directly affecting how often my games get recommended too. So, yeah. I still have a lot of series that need to be scheduled, and still I'm waiting for a miracle on YouTube to just get 4 times the watch time and several hundred more subscribers to even be in the YouTube Partner Program, to even get a small pittance of income. Honestly, at this point, I'd prefer just to win the lottery or something like that and just be done with it. More consistency or some kind of guaranteed winnings than trying to earn a income of any sort. Some might say honest income, some might not say honest income through YouTube. Do I have anything else to really even talk about here? No. See, this is a stream that's already going to go kind of late into the night, so we're not going to... I really don't have a lot of reason to stick to playing this once I get all the daily quests done. 2 or 3 games at most, and we should just start covering the news as fast as possible. So with that, Gamatsu says that Samurai Shodown's rollback netcode update has been delayed. The second community beta test is going to be held in October. It is seemingly very consistent that fighting games are coming out without rollback netcode and then promising it later and then not really doing a great job of delivering it at least on time, one would kind of assume that this is the last generation of fighting games in which that is going to be a thing. I think there's going to be a case where all future fighting games, all next generation fighting games, are going to have rollback netcode starting at day one, or the audience of fighting game enthusiasts are going to just refuse to purchase the game or play the game. Although that may not be the case. I'm actually very ignorant as far as how much the fighting game community might just be led by the nose through tradition, and they may just play the next fighting game in a series, in certain series, no matter what. So all of these Luna Light characters have Moon in the background. Interesting. So it almost seems like it would be a Sailor Moon inspired collection of characters, except for they don't really seem like they're drawn as heroes. They look like they're all cat villains. Cat burglars, maybe. That would be the pun, wouldn't it? Yeah. This UP X screen from UP Spec Gaming has said that they are now a part of the Upsec Gaming is now officially part of the Design for Xbox program, and the X screen and X for the Xbox Series S is their first licensed product. So this is a Nintendo Seal of Approval equivalent that I guess Xbox does, although I don't know what other things are even licensed under this. Now, you don't have a battery backup coming with this, so if you add a screen to it, you're just making it so that an Xbox Series S looks a little bit more like it's portable, when honestly it really isn't that much more portable. You're still going to need to plug it into a wall. You're still going to need Wi-Fi or connected connections at some point. Or a wired connection, if not Wi-Fi. There's no battery backup, there's no... this is helping me more. Let's go ahead and special summon this one. See if that can activate something. Yeah, if only this was in attack mode. If only. I did some more research to see if there had been any mod. Seemingly a year ago, somebody was talking about potentially making a backplate mod for the Steam Deck. But they must have not really gotten anywhere with it because there was no real follow-up on it. Looking at the teardown and the fact that in the Steam Deck the internal NVMe device is incredibly close to the Wi-Fi connection and has to be shielded with aluminum foil, it does bring back the idea that there really should be another revision of the Steam Deck. There already has been one, so there definitely is some logic into moving things around. But yeah, I doubt Valve is going to actually do that. And then I just was looking at the Steam Deck's price as far as replacing the internal storage. There is a question that I need to investigate. Is just how expensive how much storage do video games take? Because even if I was to put in a 1 terabyte tiny 2230 NVMe into a Steam Deck, that may not significantly increase the number of games you can play. I guess there really aren't any games out there that take over a terabyte of space, but there are ones that take 40-80 gigabytes. Of course, there's a lot of them that also take only 1 gigabyte. So even at like the 64 gigabyte level, probably are going to be able to install 31 gigabyte games, or maybe one, and maybe it is just better to stick with the internal storage you have, and have a micro SD expansion otherwise. The other problem certainly is if you were to buy even a refurbished Steam Deck and it has a 64 EMC NVMe hard drive effectively in it, you take that out to replace it, and then you just have an extra one sitting around that you don't have anything to use with. So yeah, I'm still thinking of the value there. I do want to get a refurbished Steam Deck, but I'm not sure I would actually bother to try and mod it or change anything on it. But I still do really believe that somebody should take a Steam Deck back, make it twice as thick, inset the screw holes, and put room in there for better cooling, just better airflow overall, and a second battery that you can load balance, probably the exact same battery that Steam, I assume, sells, and then it just a load balancing circuit where you would plug the first battery into a circuit board, a little circuit board that would then balance it with a second battery, and then it would give you room for a standard longer 80mm 120mm NVMe, which then would make it considerably cheaper to add more storage to it and have better cooling on that also. I don't know if there's really too much else that you need to really add to the Steam Deck, just more battery and better cooling, bigger storage. You could certainly try to add something else, some kind of USB device of some sort. But I don't know what that would really be. I'm kind of rambling here. I'm also going to mention that the Raspberry Pi 5 has been announced and is available for pre-order now. But there is certainly a question in comparison to the Steam Deck and to other single board computers even, whether this Raspberry Pi 5, while it is about 4 times faster than the Raspberry Pi 4, whatever the last version was, B plus or B, it's still not really as fast as some of the like rock chip competitor systems, single board computers. This screen, by the way, is attaching here, so there is an extra element that makes it even longer. Yeah. Let me see if I can actually just ramble about that, because I probably does. See if we can get a picture of it and we can just talk about this. Man. Really gotta type in the full phrase, Raspberry Pi 5. RP5 doesn't work. Just Pi 5 doesn't work on DuckDuckGo. That is in part, I'm sure, because it would have worked in Google, because Google would have had my search history and known the type of things I would have normally looked for. This is an interesting fusion card that can be or has to be used as the first element in Fusion 7. Summon this. Activate this. See what this one does. Just got in circles here, I think. Two level 4 monsters. This very well might be the last game I play. I know we've only been playing for like 30 minutes, but yeah. Seriously? Alright, well I lost there. Let's see what this does. Skip your next draw phase, draw 2 cards, then discard 1 card. Skip your main phase, also special summon 1 in defense mode. Guess we have to do this. So here's the Raspberry Pi 5 as it is. They've moved things around a little bit again. The Ethernet port is back on this side. I believe it's now full gig. Ethernet. Yeah, gigabit Ethernet with power over Ethernet Plus, but it requires a separate a new power over Ethernet board connector here. Which, okay. It is now two USB 3.0 blue connectors here, and then two USB 2.0 connectors, and they've moved the camera that was once here, or this was either the camera or the display slot. They've moved that to be here, and now either one of these can be two cameras or two displays, and the graphics on these HDMI mini outputs are higher. This leaves a, I believe, single lane PCI Express slot being added, which I'll be interested to see how much gets used on that. Yeah, PCI Express 2.0 times 1 here now. So things are kind of in the same place, but they don't inherently do the same thing as far as that goes. There is now a higher power circuit with it, which includes a now real-time clock, although I guess you'd have to plug into this slot here. Nope, this is actually the fan controller with a true pulse width modulation PWM CPU fan. Now, for the first time, Raspberry Pis are going to have active cooling. You could go with passive cooling, but you're going to probably hit throttling or have to underclock to avoid throttling. This might be a battery, one of these two. I'm not 100% sure. See if maybe we can get a bigger picture. The main thing though is they now have this Broadcom chip that is a 2.4 gigahertz quad-core 64-bit ARM Cortex, and really at this point a 2.4 gigahertz quad-core 64-bit ARM chip isn't really that different from a 2.4 gigahertz quad-core AMD x64 chip. Non-reduced instruction set, complete instruction set CPU that you might have in a computer. Now, oops. I don't know. I thought I stopped the video playing, but apparently I didn't. So yeah, let's just talk about the Raspberry Pi here for a second. So it has now, this is a direct connect UART connection, which you probably would never use. This is, I believe, a battery connection here. This is a now side-loaded power button, where there wasn't a power button on any Raspberry Pis. There you can see there's quite a few resistors. That's what these little things are, where these may be more capacitors all around this power circuitry and USB-C connection. Then you have a mini HDMI and a mini HDMI here. But they've gotten rid of any kind of video or audio, and so there's just two holes here if you were going to wire an analog audio out. There's going to be an 8 gig, 4 gig, 2 gig, and possibly 1 gig, although they're really only selling the 4 gig and 8 gig, and nothing really stops them from adding potentially a 16 gigs of RAM here. Yeah, and I don't know what this wiring here is all about. That may just be a different way to access the battery. They're still keeping the general purpose input-output pins, but everything basically is going through a Raspberry Pi unique chipset here. So the CPU, the Cortex A76 CPU, is connecting through one high-speed connection to this Raspberry Pi special chip that is then breaking out every USB connection, everything here. It may be connecting to this chip here to get to the Ethernet, but that is it. So you have your RAM package basically here, your CPU here, and then a Southbridge port extender effectively here connecting to pretty much everything. I wouldn't be 100% surprised if actually the CSI, DSI connections and the PCI 1 Express are actually directly connected to this. I wouldn't be surprised if your Wi-Fi connection circuitry, which that's not changed in this newest version, is actually directly connected to. And noticeably, in an effort to make it even cheaper, they've gotten rid of through-hole connections throughout the assembly process. So there's no more through-hole connections, which maybe doesn't matter to most people. This Video Core 7 GPU is not a brand I recognize, but it supports OpenGL ES 3.1 and Vulkan 1.2, both kind of like open source NVIDIA drivers, but worse. It has dual 4K progressive at 60 HDMI display outputs, so you could run effectively 8K worth of video. It has a 4K P60. One of the things about this CPU is it also has on-chip encryption, if that was a big deal. It's still only Bluetooth 5.0. A higher speed, I believe, micro SD card on the other side. And let's see. Yeah, the real-time clock without a battery, though, I question how useful that will really be, but it's kind of nice to have it because that is one of the few things that people often felt like they wanted to add to a Raspberry Pi. Now I'm talking about this because the Raspberry Pi with Emulation Station definitely was the place to play old ROMs. If you're going to make a little Raspberry Pi and fill in micro SD or a USB stick with a bunch of ROMs, that was the thing with RetroPie. And so now you've got better CPU and GPU, which may not improve too much. It will just make like playing Nintendo 64 games that ran a little clunky on RetroPie run probably fine now. And certainly the new CPU and GPU makes watching, say, YouTube on a Raspberry Pi a full 60 frames per second experience, or nearly a full 60 frames per second without any frame drops, which it was a pretty terrible situation there. But you're still not really getting a powerhouse system, and it just really becomes questionable whether you would want to spend the $60 to $100 that you're going to end up spending for a Raspberry Pi, particularly once you are adding a plug to it for another $10 to $20, and maybe the cooler comes with it, or maybe you have to buy the case, which adds another $10 or $20. Yeah, you're getting somewhere around $100 on a Raspberry Pi when spend another $200 and you've got a Steam Deck, which includes analog joysticks, a battery, a touchscreen. Yeah, there's just a lot more to that. And I guess they've given up on the deal when you buy a Steam Deck that you get some kind of credit to buy Steam games. I think that may have been just when it first launched that they were doing something like that. So now they have their RP1 chip. Yeah, the real-time clock can be powered by an external supercapacitor or rechargeable lithium magnesium cell, and a PC-style power button supporting hard off and soft off, and power off and power on events, which is something that might be helpful. The other element certainly here with the Raspberry Pi is it is very much in the mushy middle, in that it is nowhere as cheap as, say, a ESP32S3 or even a C6, which is one they haven't even really supported or talked about much, as far as if you were trying to make a microcontroller that just did one thing like a smart bulb. And so you're going to have some kind of project in mind that is requiring slightly more power, or either a lot more power than the Raspberry Pi Zero 2, but has to run a full set of Linux. And it's just hard to think of what project that is. And that was a problem with the Raspberry Pi in the first place, is that the only project that really makes sense on it was of my two major projects there is I made a RetroPie build to play ROMs, and I made a AdGuard Home DNS server with like WireGuard VPN and things like that. And actually, there's a new travel router that I just saw for sale for like $60 or $80 that does pretty much exactly what I did with a Raspberry Pi, better and easier. And isn't that the case always, is that eventually somebody will do something better than what I could do. Here's what the active cooling fan looks like, and you can see it is a big boy, to say the least. It's taking up as much space as possible, really just lining up the minimum height you would have needed anyways, because of the size of the Ethernet and USB cords. There was one project somebody did where they just desoldered all these to make as thin of a board as possible. See, and that looks to me like that either has a piece of plastic over it to protect it, or that is the supercapacitor, although that really doesn't look like a supercapacitor to me. It's taking 27 watts of USB-C power, if it can get it. Which, yeah, that's a lot. That is definitely a lot of power. Power over Ethernet hat here, considering how it needs to have what this is a onboard transformer. Actually, it's kind of amazing how thin it is in its design, although weirdly that design probably does not line up easily with this. And if it does line up easily with this, it's going to be covering up these two connections. Here you have a M2 hat edition that seems to add several more buttons and things. Bunch of connections and things here, so you can add an M2 M-Key PCI Express in either the 2230, which is the same size as the one in the Steam Deck, or the 2242 length. And honestly, you could probably go even further and like use caftan tape or non-conductive tape on the top of this and tape it down for an even longer one. Here's the real-time clock battery they're suggesting, which is just basically a coin cell battery that's been shrink wrapped, and nothing special there. But yeah, I definitely have to question. Let's see, destroy cards, normal summon monsters. Let's go ahead and play some more. What the point, if there are real projects here? Now, I suppose in all fairness, if you're spending $100 for even this Raspberry Pi and you needed to, say, have multiple desktop computer type systems, then yeah, it doesn't make a, like, I can't as flippantly say, yes, just spend an extra $200 to get a Steam Deck if you have to buy 30 computers. And so if you're trying to have a computer class, a computer programming class, you're teaching Python, and you're trying to have kids potentially take a computer home and not cost that much when kids eventually break or lose them, then yeah, there is a possibility, I suppose, there that having Raspberry Pis still makes sense. Or if you have a bunch of cases that you can retrofit for the Raspberry Pi 5, and if you have a bunch of accessories and things like that, then it still makes sense. The Raspberry Pi 5 still may very well have more support than, say, the Rockchip competitor system board, single board computers. But yeah, if money really doesn't matter that much, and you can just get a refurb Steam Deck, getting that portability, getting that battery, getting that screen, getting that handheld form factor, all of that works so much better. That being said, in fairness, if you were trying to make a computer class for young kids, junior high kids, or elementary kids, having a Steam Deck plugged into a dock so you can go into desktop mode and have them program is really just asking for trouble, because kids are going to grab the Steam Decks and run off with them, or they're going to exit out of the desktop mode more to play video games. You can't really lock a Steam Deck down as easily to be not about video games, whereas you can potentially pull that off. with a Raspberry Pi. We really are crossing a point now where the Raspberry Pi 5 does potentially argue that it could replace your standard PC, thin client, desktop client. If you're just having your employees or your students just go to websites, or just doing very simple tasks. Let's go like this. Let's see. Let's keep on playing. Now, notably, it's worth pointing out here on RetroPie, RetroPie has not put anything new on their news section since March of 2022, and that was RetroPie version 4.8. So they've pretty much figured, I guess, that they've done as much as they can, and they have not really added anything. And you would almost certainly think that they'll release a version 5.0 in line with the Raspberry Pi 5, and it probably won't have that much different or that much added to it either. And a big part of that is that there's really just nowhere to go unless they can get a new system in there. You can see in their forum that they're talking about the they're talking about the Raspberry Pi. Here you have someone speculating. It says it's 2 to 3 times faster than the Pi 4. Maybe Nintendo 64 games will run without issues, and maybe GameCube games will be possible to run. And the response is, it's possible that some N64 and GameCube games may still not run perfectly, because emulation is a complex process, and the performance of any emulator will depend on a number of factors, including the emulator itself, the game being emulated, and the hardware it's running on. However, the increased performance of the Pi 5 should make the emulation a much better experience overall. Yeah. And I guess the other thing to ask, if you weren't running RetroPie, you would have been running Raspbian, which they changed to Raspberry Pi OS, I think. So let's see if we can find this here. The Raspberry Pi OS operating system with desktop was last updated on May 3rd of 2022. So it's targeting a Debian 11 Bullseye version with kernel version 6.1. 64-bit and non-64-bit version. They should probably drop the non-64-bit versions. And the Raspberry Pi desktop. A Debian Bullseye with the Raspberry Pi desktop build. It's important to point out here as I'm rambling about the Raspberry Pi in that it really has stopped being a potential gaming platform just because Raspberry Pi has lost all of its projects because of it having an incredibly long amount of time in which it was unable to be purchased. There's just been this incredibly long amount of time in which it's been unavailable to buy the Raspberry Pi 4, and even once the part shortage happened, stopped really being a case because of the COVID pandemic. There was still a lot of shortages specifically for the Raspberry Pi because of scalpers, people who had bought the Raspberry Pis at potentially a higher price, a little bit of a higher price, and then they're trying to sell it for 4 or 5 times what it really should have been sold as. Like, on average, you're being asked $130 for 4 gigabytes or 2 gigabytes versions of the Raspberry Pi 4, and I think that killed a lot of enthusiasm for it too. I don't know how that worked, but that worked. Yeah, I think we've gone as far as I'm willing to go in this. There may just be some daily quests I'll have to play off screen. Yeah. And I guess it's fair to say the Raspberry Pi 5 being announced is bigger news to me than probably most people, because I've skipped over a lot of big news so far and buried the lead quite a bit, quite terribly. Here we have a Video Games Chronicle article saying Remedy is saying that its Max Payne remakes are a big project. Remedy says Sam Lake describes the work involved, or Remedy's Sam Lake describes the work involved. This is effectively an interview. But this is also kind of a hype interview to get people interested maybe in Max Payne, to forget about Alan Wake 2, which is coming out in like a month, or get people interested in Alan Wake 2, which has a chance of not being that popular. Now, there is a Max Payne game that, or a game that has been inspired by Max Payne, that is either out or has already announced itself as it's coming out, that is going to almost certainly beat Remedy to the point of releasing before a Max Payne remake happens. And I really would have to question, as somebody who didn't play the Max Payne games, whether this isn't another case where mainstream video game journalists like Video Games Chronicles have just more of a love for Max Payne than your average gamer does. I wouldn't be surprised if your average gamer does not care one bit about Max Payne and never played it in the first place. Let's see. Nickelodeon and Disney developer Workin' Man has unanimously voted to unionize. Workin' Man's election marks the newest effort for game developer unionization in months and is the United States' first union to be formed under the IATSE. What is the IATSE? International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees. Interesting. I assume this is a second-party developer that isn't directly owned by Disney, if they're labeling it as a Nickelodeon and Disney thing, because I don't think Nickelodeon is owned by Disney. So this is the this is now basically the third union, all fighting for being the union de facto of the video game industry, which I bet we see a lot more of that in the United States in general, as people are becoming more and more willing to unionize, more and more welcoming to unions. I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see a lot of unions just moving into new industries and forming new chapters like crazy, competing with each other, probably not in a very aggressive way. Solidarity really would fall apart if CWA started to attack IATSE. But yeah, it definitely may be the case that we see just more unionization overall. And yeah, I've never heard of the International Alliance of Theater Stage Employees, but it is also, just by the name, sounds like very much like the Communication Workers of America, a union that was formed for industries that probably don't have that many members these days. I don't know how many theatrical stage employees are around. Maybe they include movie stage employees in that instead of just play stages, live action plays. There was also a union story, although it's not video game related, that several months ago, maybe a year or even 2 ago, Starbucks tried to union bust by making an offer that they would give people or shops who didn't unionize a raise, but if they voted to unionize, they would have to freeze their pay and not give a raise to anybody or any Starbucks business that did vote to unionize. The FTC has ruled that illegal and is now going to make Starbucks, unless they win on appeal, which they'll probably keep tied up in courts for years, pay back wages to all of its employees now that it wasn't paying the same amount to. Which, yeah, it was pretty blatant that they were trying to bribe people with a raise to not unionize. And Starbucks during that time did a whole bunch of nasty things to try and union bust. And didn't succeed in anything, which that is probably the biggest story of the past 5 to 10 years, is that we're seeing unionization efforts work and work fairly well. And I think it's only going to happen more. Meanwhile, for video game companies, there's perhaps some writing on the wall, and perhaps a lot of these managers and management of video game companies see the writing on the wall and are laying off people, not just for the short-term reasons of they've spent too much money and don't really need the employees, but for the long-term reasons in which they want to be companies that own intellectual property, and then hire, I guess, Asian companies or companies outside of the United States that will work for cheaper and not have union employees. Like, we may very well see a fairly standard process in which Disney and Microsoft and Nintendo just increase the number of games that they license out, and they hire second-party companies out of China to develop and make. Even now, that's kind of what's happening, and almost certainly that's in part where, like, Sony's investment in Chinese companies is. It isn't just a altruistic, we're going to with our China Joy project, Sony's China Joy project, they're not just giving money to companies just to develop more creative games. They're trying to build an industry of game development in a cheap labor market. Of course, China may not be a cheap labor market for that long, and honestly, the Saudi Arabia Public Interest Fund may very well become a location where probably not Saudi Arabians, but foreign workers in Saudi Arabia may start forming video game companies and developing companies and developing games in Saudi Arabia. Disney Speedstorm Season 5 and 6 has been revealed as Data Miners leak 17 upcoming characters. Haven't really heard too much around Disney Speedstorm. I guess it's going fine. The game, well, no, I guess it really isn't, because the game is going free to play today and is available for the PS5, Xbox Series, Switch, and PC. Let's see, and if I click PC here, it's just going to take me to the PC tag, isn't it? Meanwhile, with unionization, there has also been this abrupt market change that has happened. Something, I guess, about this being the end of the month of September. Like, I guess September, then you have October, November, and December. So this may be the last bit of quarter 3, or this might, yeah, this would be the last bit of quarter 3, so maybe they're making announcements now instead of being in quarter 4. But Sega has just canceled Hyenas, which, that's crazy to even bother to announce that game, but also they did a pretty terrible job of advertising what it was, or making it look like it would be anything special that you'd actually want to play. Hyenas inherently confused me when it was announced a few months ago, and Creative Assembly has a bunch of layoffs. Redundancies have happened there. Not sure we have a specific number. Let's see. They made the Creative Assembly in the past made the Total War series and 2013's Alien Isolation, but yeah, who knows what talent was still around from those. There's also 2 unannounced projects. The only other thing I guess I could think is that that maybe Creative Assemblies really was pushing and rushing for Hyenas to come out, so they didn't get, people didn't get laid off. Maybe it was a catch-22 where Sega wasn't willing to fund the development of Hyenas any further, so they announced it and they tried to push it out, and Sega was just hoping for a bunch of enthusiasm around it. Maybe, I mean, if I was going to completely baselessly speculate, I would think that maybe Creative Assembly really pushed to get the announcement out and get the enthusiasm so people would know about the game and people might demand the game. And then they came back to Sega after I believe it was around the time at the E3 time, if E3 had happened this year, that Hyenas was announced. Maybe then Creative Assembly went back to Sega and said, hey, we need more money to develop this and finish this, and Sega said no. Or maybe Sega just said no matter what, because of the reception. Maybe Sega pushed for it to be announced and then was unhappy with the reception. Let's see. YouTube creators actually said something interesting. Remember to refresh your filming background, give it a little dusting and polishing, or even arrange things for a fresh look. Then drop your before and after pics down here. That part is still stupid and trying to go for engagement. This was 11 hours ago. 15 comments, 12 retweets, 103 hearts, 16,000 views. Just terrible, terrible engagement. But it isn't the worst thing that you could overlook. Is if you were a camera person, which most people on YouTube are doing face cam, it would make a lot of sense to say, hey, you know what, you probably should dust and move things around and decorate it. There is definitely at least one YouTuber who does way too much of that, has entire shelves full of distracting, too interesting of memorabilia and things in the background, moves things around a lot, has it very prominent. It is very easy to just look in the background of his videos and not listen to him. In that he does it too often. But, you know, once every couple of months, dusting once a week, certainly to keep it clean and pretty, makes sense. And once every couple of months, rearranging things. All that does make sense. Meanwhile, and this one really confuses me, is we have a GameDeveloper.com article. Epic Games has laid off 900 people, partially due to the Fortnite's creator-driven shift. Subheadline here, the game industry's wave of layoff continues with Epic Games, now reducing 900 staffers from its overall workforce. I think Epic Games potentially had way too many people in the first place, but I really have to question here. It was just a week ago that Unity was in the poop, and people were mad at Unity. Wouldn't it have made a lot of sense just to rush this announcement, or even leak this announcement? It almost feels like this decision was made today, yesterday, something like that. I guess maybe you don't rush an announcement without making it internally and actually firing the people. You don't want people getting leaks that they're going to be fired and then they're stealing computers out of their offices and things like that, or burning down the office or something like that. So yeah, you would have to speed up the whole process, and maybe you just couldn't do that, but I really don't see a reason why you couldn't just get everybody on a group chat or send out a mass email saying there's going to be massive layoffs in the next week. That way this story gets buried a little bit around the hate of Unity. Honestly though, I guess the thing that would make the most sense is that all this hate of Unity, at no point was anybody saying, hey, let's go use the Unreal Engine. Everybody was saying, let's go use the Godot engine. So there is such a lack of appeal to move to the Unreal Engine from Unity that maybe that hurt the feelings, for lack of a better term, of Tim Sweeney and Epic Games. Is to say, hey, even when our number one competitor just royally screwing things up, we're not seeing a major gain of people wanting to come to the Unreal Engine. which we're known for. And if Fortnite stops being popular altogether, it's all Epic Games really has. The Epic Games Store not really mattering that much, in my opinion. So, yeah, maybe that's where the layoffs came from. Maybe Epic Games needs to really rethink their contract. The wiser thing would have been to say, hey, we're going to come out with a new free tier for Epic Games, or we're going to re-promote our currently existing free tier for Epic Games. Here's a part for the leaked note saying, for a while now we've been spending way more money than we earn. Well, a huge amount of that, I would have to assume, was them buying Bandcamp, which they're not really covering that part in the story so far, and certainly giving away free games. Like, that money is going somewhere for the Epic Games Store. I would have much preferred them to keep 900 employees and just say, hey, we're going to stop giving away games at the Epic Games Store. And that the Epic Games Store giving away free games has been the giving away free games is definitely we've got to grow our user base mentality above all else that people are going to just have to give up on, because there just aren't that many more people left in the planet. Infinite growth is just not going to happen. Let's see. Yeah. Fortnite Epic Game laid off a significant number of staff across the entire company and made further reductions across the business, impacting Bandcamp and other subsidiaries. 16% of employees was 900 employees. So they obviously had too many employees too. If you're that tells you they have or had, I don't know how to really do the math here. Let's see. 13,000 employees, somewhere around that. Or 3,000 employees. Yeah, I'm doing the math wrong. It's too late in the night to be doing math. But yeah, why not mention this last week when everybody hated Unity? So now you won't get as much hate here. It would be interesting if there really isn't that much hate that happens. Anyways, because at a certain level, people who love Fortnite are probably kids that don't care if they lay off 16% of their workforce, and like laying off employees is not anywhere as big of a sin as pissing off game developers who are then threatening to delete their games and or stop developing new games. As your average gamer, you're not really affected by 900 people at Epic Games being laid off. Not in the long run. It is also worth mentioning Epic Games still in that huge fight with Apple and losing pretty badly in that legal fight with Apple. So, yeah. Almost certainly what you would have wanted to do is once Fortnite and the V-Bucks stopped coming in, once it got kicked off the Apple storefront, have been a lot more conservative there. And you could have certainly, the day after Fortnite was kicked off of iOS, you could have said, we're not buying any more games or giving away any more games on the Epic Games Store. No more free games from you because of Apple. just put the blame on them, stop spending so much at that point. I'm pretty sure that they acquired Bandcamp after the lawsuit with Apple had already started. So yeah, it definitely is just a problem that the companies are not designed to save money for a rainy day or for any kind of emergency. They just don't do it. Here is a better screenshot of hyenas, and it definitely highlights why hyenas felt weird. The only thing I ever even understood about hyenas as a gimmick is that it was going to have like zero gravity sections, and that's about it that I understood. Maybe it was more of a heist experience, something like Payday 3, but Payday 3 also not being well received and having major server problems. But the visuals here look weird and don't make sense, and just none of it really made any sense at all. Let's see. Probably not super video game related, but Sir Michael Gambon died. Kind of an old guy, so he was in the Harry Potter movies and Lord of the Rings movies. Probably not that big of a deal. Like, I doubt he was doing any direct voice acting for any video game around Lord of the Rings anyways. But yeah, another thing certainly worth reporting, I guess, when somebody passes. Video Games Chronicle has the same story here. They're using the word decimation inaccurately. If it was 16%, it would have to be exactly 10%. Of course, that does also highlight just how impactful even decimation is felt when 10%, 1 in 10 of people are fired or killed, was the original definition of decimation. Microsoft confirmed earlier this year it planned to lay off 10,000 employees, so they're on a factor of 10 more. Basically, CD Projekt Red has laid off people, and Unity, Riot Games, Blizzard, Crystal Dynamics, BioWare, and Striking Distance Studio all having layoffs. And the numbers of layoffs are big enough to be called layoffs instead of just like 1 or 2 people being fired. Like, I guess when you get into double digits, it's probably a layoff versus being fired. It's really hard, I imagine, to find an excuse to fire 10,000 employees for performance reasons. Although Microsoft, with their kind of stack architecture attitude, which I don't think they still do the stack ranking, but I think Valve may actually still do stack ranking. Microsoft definitely has that attitude where it easily looks at 10,000 of its employees as being underperformers and will fire them. Let's see, October's free quote-unquote games are with Amazon Prime have been revealed. So, Coma 2, Vicious Sisters, Ghostwire, The Texturcist, and Ground. Monster Prom 2, Monster Camp, and Golden Light, and Summer Adventure at Hand also. It's quite a few games. Apparently, scalpers swarmed the Van Gogh Museum. That's how I believe Van Gogh is supposed to be pronounced. For a Pikachu promo card. Pokemon's previous museum collaborations fetched a high price online. So you have this promo card, and yeah, apparently no real way to stop scalpers, which is really hard to stop scalpers when anybody and everybody could be described as a scalper. Like the best thing you could possibly do is just make them name 10 Pokemon or answer questions to prove they know something about Pokemon to get in, or to have everybody enter into a waiting list lottery and then assign that, but even then it would still be swarmed with scalpers. The only thing you see happen here is the comic book industry has kind of handled resellers / scalpers, whatever you want to call them, by making you buy a book and have it personalized there. So they'll, at the best case scenario, if you were a reseller who wanted a signed like Spider-Man comic, you would tell them that your name is John or Bob or Smith, just a very common name, and you wouldn't have a second last name and then you could resell it with it being signed to a John or Bob or Smith or something like that. Tom, Dick, and Harry would have been the old first names, but not very many Tom, Dicks, or Harrys these days. So yeah, if they personalized each card and signed it or stamped it to you, then it would have less of a resale value, but probably not that much less of a resale value, even at that. I kind of like the art here. It's inspired by Van Gogh, although I would say, if I would get picky, I don't 100% think this is actually a Van Gogh style. It feels a little bit too inside the lines, a little bit too artificial generated AI. I'm not sure Van Gogh did a lot of circles with dots. The brush strokes just feel a little off. The Pikachu with a hat and a paintbrush and all this is just adding accessories to what is probably just a standard Pikachu stuff things. And then Pikachu on a stand with a Van Gogh background and a hat. Again, it's really just adding a hat to something that's already there. The bag here is kind of interesting. They're saying that card is now worth $670, which, yeah, that's a lot. So that's the problem there. The other thing there is you just flood the market. Instead of having the Van Gogh Museum give out promo cards, just have the Van Gogh Museum give out promo cards early and then release more of the cards worldwide. So it reaches a bigger audience anyways. I sure hope this isn't the beginning of a trend where Pokemon cards are going to try to be exactly like Magic the Gathering cards, where they're going to try and sell cards for ridiculously high prices, selling them directly for ridiculous high prices. Yep. But I guess that is really also a story that's not going to affect too many people. The game Teardown has been dated for consoles and will be on the PlayStation Plus on day one. DLC plans are also revealed for Tuxedo Labs Demolition Heist Adventure. It's coming out November 15th, 2023. That's not really big news. Yep. Here's another screenshot of hyenas. Here you can see a Super Monkey Ball statue. And 3 different characters. Epic is also raising Fortnite V-Bucks prices, which I imagine people will be more upset about that. The virtual currency will be more expensive in a number of countries, including the United States. Which, yeah. that probably will just lead more people to move away from Fortnite. Although I imagine some kids are just so stuck and don't care about wasting money on V-Bucks that they'll just pay the extra price. Let's see. Phil Spencer saying great Japan trip 3 hours ago, so I guess he just got back from TGS. Apparently people are donating through Xbox to the Maui fire relief at $50,000, which I guess they just put a link up there. What was I? Here he's visiting Kojima Productions. That's not Kojima Productions, that's a shrine, though. This is the Konda Shrine. Not that many people wearing masks, just probably one person that actually was sick that day. This may be a rare example of the total number of people in Xbox Japan on this side, the Xbox Japanese office, and the Kojima Productions office on this side. This guy's not facing the camera. Let's see. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to really tell you what that says. Probably something along the lines of fortune and good luck. Something like that. Yeah, I guess he didn't really have anything interesting to say. Oh, maybe he did have something interesting to say and I missed it. Jim Ryan, the CEO of Sony Interactive Entertainment, or Sony Entertainment Interactive. I always thought it was SEI, but I guess maybe it's SIE. He is retiring, so the guy in charge of PlayStation is retiring, and just, I mean, I guess when it rains and pours, now's as good of a time as any to make an announcement. Perhaps he's falling on his sword, as it seems like the Activision Blizzard merger is going through, so maybe PlayStation, Sony of Japan asked for his retirement or forced him into retirement. I mean, he's been working at the company for 30 years. You can see he looks old, certainly. And yeah, Phil Spencer said a lot of nice things about his retirement, which is, yeah, just being generous, I guess, to say that they didn't effectively hate each other. It was pretty obvious, at least, that Jim Ryan had a real aggressive dislike for Microsoft, and maybe not Phil Spencer, maybe he was angry at Larry Herb or somebody else, but he did actively fight the Activision Blizzard merger quite hard, and maybe that made him tired and enough to want to retire, and he just didn't want to go through that mess next time Microsoft tries to have a merger go through. But yeah, I could see the higher ups at Sony telling him to retire, to fall on his sword for failing to stop the merger. I could see him perhaps not even really caring about stopping the merger and just pretending like he cared. I mean, you could certainly believe that rich people, both at Microsoft and Sony, are just play acting like they're actually rivals, and they just enjoy a very good duopoly, and they just pretend to oppose each other. and make bad arguments. I think that would be kind of hard to believe. It definitely felt like there has been real competition and real dislike between Jim Ryan and Microsoft for a long time. Jim Ryan stepping back from his interaction with Microsoft has a history and a legacy that's not particularly good in my opinion, with him coming in charge, with Sony of California becoming empowered to run PlayStation. We've seen increased censorship, decreased number of licensed games, decreased quality of games, probably because of the censorship in part, but just not a lot really happening at Sony. The PlayStation 5 had a part shortage too, so I don't know how much of that he can really be blamed for, but it has led to less units of the PS5 being sold, and that has had less hype around people buying the PS5 or a new accessory or controller coming out for the PS5 or even new games coming out for the PS5. Inherently to the Japanese eye, the PS5 has failed very miserably compared to the Switch, and he is not focused in any way really around the Japanese market, which Sony being a Japanese company, in name at least, in theory at least, he really should have had the eye on the ball to have more exclusives other than just, you know, Final Fantasy and maybe Dragon Quest coming out on the PS5. Does this mean with his retirement that we expect big things to change? I'm not 100% sure that we will. We may see that Sony of California is through with, and that they shut down the offices to save money, and then it is going to be Sony of Japan running the PlayStation system again. That is a possibility. We could also see just a almost complete abandonment of the PlayStation series if Sony overall just doesn't really care. I doubt that would happen, but it might. Or we more likely we'll just see another person step up and be put in charge in California for PlayStation, and then they'll probably do just about the same. Something weird may happen, but I doubt it's going to be that weird. Yep. He's going to retire in March of 2024. So he's basically announced it 5 months ahead of his leaving. And then here we have Hiroki Totoki serving as an interim CEO, which I've never heard that name. He is the chief financial officer, and yeah, definitely sounds like a Japanese person, so it does seem to me like they're going to lean towards the end of Sony of California and going back to Sony of Japan. Although it is worth noting that Sony of Japan really lost authority and lost face, as they talk about it in Japanese terms, and that's why Sony of California was put in charge in the first place. If anything, I could see, well, where Jim Ryan may have been asked to retire and fall on a sword because he's just really failed to have enough mergers and acquisitions compared to everybody else. All of a sudden, in the past year or two, it's been all about merging and acquiring companies. And if you're just not doing what all your peers are doing, it's very easy for people to think that you're just doing a bad job. It really is monkey see, monkey do in the business world sometimes. And Jim Ryan just did not emulate his peers in seeking out to merge or acquire anybody, which, yeah, that seems crazy. Now, there may very well be some negative things that happen from this too. I think a lot of positive things could come from this, but we may see if Sony of Japan or a Japanese mentality returns to PlayStation, that all of a sudden you are having less PlayStation games come on PC again, or you're seeing some other, well, I mean, that would be about it, really. That's the only thing good that I can think of that's happened, is that we've seen some PlayStation games actually that were second party or first party games released at a delayed rate on Steam. If we lose those dozen games, let's just be generous and say it's a dozen games, it would suck, yes, but it wouldn't be a big deal, a big loss. We just recently had Valve start to support, or start the process of supporting, the PlayStation controller. I imagine Valve would lose interest in that very quickly if we're not going to have PlayStation games ported to PC. And Video Games Chronicles has the same article. Jim Ryan, in fairness, is one of the older guys that actually does dress like a businessman. I mean, he's not wearing a tie and his shirt is pink, but he doesn't look terrible as a representative. He's not wearing a t-shirt like you often see with Larry Herb or the Xbox crew people. His hair looks awful, and that is actually almost business attire, is that you have CEOs that have either horrible comb overs or terrible haircuts because they're too busy to get haircuts, or they're too stressed to have hair. But yeah. Yeah, it's definitely bearing the lead once again. Valve has announced and officially released Counter-Strike 2. I guess they probably announced Counter-Strike 2 probably 10 to 20 years ago. The game has arrived as a free upgrade to Counter-Strike Global Offensive, which does mean I guess my chart may fairly quickly drop off on CSGO and instead have Counter-Strike 2 labeled. Now, I didn't get any details on this, but I would hope what they're going to try to do is transfer over all the knives and skins, but then make it impossible to sell all the knives and skins. But they make so much money on that. I would almost certainly assume that in Counter-Strike 2 you can cheat, you can bot like crazy, you can grind for skins and knives, and you can sell those knives and skins for money, just like you could in Counter-Strike Go. Let's see. Valve is billing this as the largest technical leap forward in Counter-Strike's history. Let's see, we can watch the video here. And yeah, just showing you footage of like the original Counter-Strike games, and I think there has been just consistent improvements in CSGO. I don't know if CSGO is anywhere as popular as it once was. And then you have this new visuals, and yeah, it looks like a modern game. Now there might be a bit of a danger here that it looks a little bit too much like Overwatch and a little bit too much like Fortnite and every other game that has just copied everything from Counter-Strike, and so it may not really have evolved enough when you put that number 2 on it. But yeah, Valve announcing a new game and just pushing it out is a weird thing. You're not waiting for a summer sale or a fall sale to announce it, even though it's free to play. You're not going to make a bigger deal about it. I don't know. It seems like a weird way to announce it. CSGO hit an all-time peak of concurrent players at 1.8 million in April. And that was the month after Counter-Strike 2's announcement, so it was announced in the month before April. So yeah, it's big news. I imagine you can't play CSGO, or you're going to struggle to play CSGO now. I suspect they're going to funnel and push everybody to play Counter-Strike 2. Maybe they've got another big announcement to make as far as the next big sale, the fall sale. Or maybe because it's free to play, they want to sell actual games and make profit off of the sale and not have all the hype be around a free to play game. Which, yeah, the free to play aspect certainly nowadays may be a little bit more difficult to convince people to buy microtransactions and buy loot boxes for CS2. Xbox is apparently bringing its cloud gaming service to Meta Quest in December. And then apparently Warren Spector was excited to do Disney games after immersive Sims. Through his time making Mickey Mouse games, though his time was making Mickey Mouse games was short, Spector still thinks the epic Mickey series as a high point of his 40-year career as a game developer. Now, I recently played Epic Mickey 2. I didn't get it, and I didn't like it. I wouldn't be surprised if Epic Mickey 1 actually is a lot better than Epic Mickey 2. That PC version of Epic Mickey 2 may also have some unique problems compared to playing it on the Wii. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know why they're really giving so much of a attention to Warren Spector in his retrospective on his career, other than GameDeveloper.com. I guess maybe just likes the guy, because even in his list of let's just do this. Yeah, I'll come over here. I will straight up just search the man on Wikipedia and see if we can get a full discography of him. Yeah, Warren Spector, not Warren Buffett, is an American role player and video game designer, director, writer, producer, production designer. He was known for creating immersive Sims, which gives players a variety of choices on progress, consequences to those choices, such as Deus Ex. Now, weirdly, the choices in Epic Mickey 2 really just screwed you over. And maybe if I had known that Deus Ex, the maker of Deus Ex, made Epic Mickey 2, I would have paid more attention to my choices. Ultima Underworld 2, System Shock, Thief. And so, like, he was involved in some way, probably not that big of a way, in some of the very early games that people, at least mainstream video game journalists, are always talking about, as far as Thief and System Shock and Deus Ex. He was also part of the now cancelled System Shock 3, which is that completely cancelled? So yeah, I guess it is just a case that he's kind of an older guy, so he has some history here. But I would say his career pretty much ended after Thief Deadly Shadows, which maybe that's not even the first Thief game, and Eidos Interactive, and then he's just kind of struggling for Epic Mickey and Epic Mickey 2. And if he's going to say the height of his career is the games he most recently made, basically, that's probably just taking the lazy way out. I'm more interested around System Shock 3. Let's see. War Inspector had stated that other side stopped working on System Shock 3 in 2019, and they were now working on an immersive simulation based on the intellectual property developed by other side. So yeah, I'm not sure if System Shock 3 is cancelled at the moment or not. It is not even relevant enough to have its own Wikipedia page. Alright. So I did remake my macro here to scan the games, and I would say perhaps they are being a little bit unfair here in that they have maybe relabeled Counter-Strike Go as Counter-Strike 2 when it probably should be considered its own game. And maybe this is Valve cheating, or maybe this is a case of SteamDB making a mistake here. I think when you have a significant number change and you're selling a game like this as a sequel, you need to start over. And having an all-time peak here of 1.8 million games is not correct. Also, the release date here says it's 21 August of 2012. So yeah, this is Counter-Strike Global Offensive just being relabeled and re-released, which that's not very fair, because it may very well be a case that we see a major drop-off of people playing Counter-Strike 2 compared to CSGO. Anyways, I fixed my macro. I saved everything to a CSV files, and I told it to only grab, I think, the top 25 just to speed up the whole process. So it feels a lot quicker now to just grab the top 25 games as data points instead of sampling the top 100 3 times a week, when my chart is never ever going to even show the all top 25 of games. But yeah, it saves everything now to a CSV file. It checks to see if a CSV file is already existing, and if it does, it will just skip over to the saving everything to a form. And opening the Google Forms with UI Vision, I think I figured out a trick there also, in that opening the URL directly seems to sometimes mess up. And so I'm gonna instead just open a page to Google and then change it to the Google form submission page, which seems like that might work better. I don't think I actually made that tweak yet, however. And yeah, so let me just refresh this and see what happened here. Well, that doesn't seem to work. Alright, well, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start this live, and then I'm gonna just run to the bathroom for a second. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. I stopped mid-sentence there as I was running to the bathroom there. Yeah, I'm not sure about this one. Yeah. There should be data points here for many things here, and yet it isn't here. So something must have gone wrong in the submission process. Darn it. Darn it, darn it, darn it. I don't know what happened there. There definitely should be, for September 28th, information, and yet there isn't. Let me see here if I can try and figure out what went wrong with the original Excel sheet compared to the shared point. Let's see. What is okay? I was using an array. Maybe I didn't change the information. I think is exactly what happened here. Yeah. Alright, so I can kind of show this. Yeah, so for the 27th, the form was getting submitted, and when the form gets submitted, it always has a timestamp, and then you define what column will be filled in from the form. So it would have been the 24-hour peak in this column, the title of the game in this column, then a picture to the image, a URL to the image, and then a URL to a page. At some point in the transition in my code, I was using an array, and the transformation there was turning the array into a text instead of being an array. In part, it's saying that I'm subtracting 1 from the array when it shouldn't be doing that. And that's the most recent information here. Well, the good news is I know what went wrong. The bad news is none of this information is going to be useful, and it's not worth running the macro again. So all I can do is go whoops, and on Monday we'll see what trends happen here as far as all this goes. We shall just have to see if CSGO on Monday probably dips below 1 million concurrent players. Yesterday we did have a drop in Baldur's Gate 3, and we assume this jump in Cyberpunk 2077. Yeah, which will be interesting to also see if Cyberpunk 2077 just trends upward to right about there, right, probably closer to there, whereas CSGO might trend downward. But yeah, really is just 1 step forward, 2 steps back, I guess, as far as working on that macro. Just a small error and a bigger error in me not testing and confirming, which is a problem and a mistake I make a lot, is that I just won't test and confirm things. Football Club 2024 is now available for sale, and I guess the shoot 'em up sale has been moved down to a lower spot. Some headline games being promoted, nothing particularly interesting here. Some games being sold. Steel Rising. I assume Lies of P and Steel Rising are potentially fairly good. RPG Maker MV. Yeah, I still would kind of make an argument that Steam shouldn't be selling engines, particularly RPG Maker engines. I don't know how Valve really could justify not selling the game, though. It would be very difficult to say, hey, we just don't want to sell software, specifically your software, because it encourages too many people to make garbage RPG Maker games. I guess in part that's part of the problem, though, of Steam and being incentivized to have as many games listed on their storefront as possible, just because they get that $100 Steam Direct submission fee, and that's enough money for them to compromise their morals effectively, or compromise quality of their storefront. Moving on, F-Zero 99 is adding 5 new tracks on Friday. This may be fairly quick, going through the news otherwise. Epic is raising Fortnite V-Buck prices in October. Cyberpunk game director says 2.0 Infinity and Liberty are its last big updates. Then it's Cyberpunk 2 or Orion, I should say, whatever we end up naming it. So they're just moving on to a new game. Teardown has been dated for consoles and will be day one on PlayStation Plus, coming out November 15th. Scalpers we talked about, the Prime games we talked about. Their podcast is definitely going to ask questions that I think a lot of people will ask. It would be a good week to actually pay attention to, like, the Xbox podcast and see what the official Xbox podcast has to say about Jim Ryan retiring. Although, you know, what would be really crazy is if he retired and then he went to work for Microsoft, and Larry Herb, formerly Major Nelson, went to Sony, and it was just almost a one-for-one swap. I wouldn't be surprised if it'd be crazy if both things happened, but I wouldn't be surprised if one of those things happened. At some way, Jim Ryan started working for Microsoft as a consultant, or actually just day-to-day employed there to run Xbox, or Major Nelson went to run PlayStation. I'd say it's probably a little more likely that Major Nelson would go and run PlayStation. But yeah, it's all very wild and unlikely to happen either way. The thing there is, in particular, if Jim Ryan went to work at Xbox, he still would be way further down the ladder than it would feel like, because I don't feel like Xbox is a distinctive corporate entity that just happens to be a subsidiary of Microsoft. Xbox is just a division in Microsoft. So I imagine Sony Interactive Entertainment, being the CEO of that, has a lot more prestige and a lot more free reign and power than working as the head of Xbox and Microsoft does. So it would be a step down for Jim Ryan to become the new head of Xbox, whereas it would be a step up for Larry Herb, Major Nelson, to become the CEO of Sony Interactive Entertainment. City Skylines 2 has been delayed on consoles until spring of 2024. The next free Epic Games Store title has been confirmed. Godlike Burger is going to replace Model Builder and Solstice. I tried to purchase Solstice for free on the Epic Games Store, and it kept giving me a CAPTCHA and then saying I was failing the CAPTCHA. So I don't know if their website's broken or if my ad blocker is breaking their website in some way. But yeah, maybe that has something to do with 900 employees being laid off too. Who knows? I hear Elon Musk fired a bunch of people at Twitter/X also, but I don't know if that really is going to affect how Twitter works any better or worse. We've talked Epic Games reportedly laying off 16% of its staff, Creative Assembly having redundancies after Hyenas being canceled. The announcement of Hyenas being canceled very abrupt and followed by layoffs. Wish there was a link here to Disney Speedstorm. Let's just search Disney Speedstorm and see if we can find it on Steam. There we go. 5th or 6th link down. Yep. You can see 64% positive, 48% positive in the last 30 days. Not anywhere as good of a reception as I thought it was actually getting. And while my complaints are that the Disney characters are really just in driving suits and the vehicles don't look particularly that interesting, I think there are just major other problems. In part, I think it was the price. Going free to play now maybe fixes the price, but maybe it then just leads to a whole bunch of in-app purchases, although noticeably in-app purchases aren't even being listed here. So is there perhaps a trick where there are no in-app purchases, or is it a case where if you add a game for a price and don't say in-app purchases, and then you turn it into free to play and add in-app purchases, does Valve overlook the label there? I mean, there should be like ESRB ratings, and it would be affected if you added in-app purchases too. Let's see what the reviews say. Void at all cost has hidden Bitcoin miner found in virus total, and Bitdefender Gameloft is a greedy, horrible company. Play for an hour, pay $10 to pick up Jack Sparrow, then the servers go down. Gotta love games that are online only. Pay to win garbage. While I have less than an hour of gameplay, I bought the game on Switch for Season 2. Unfortunately, I can't recommend the game. It's full of expensive predatory microtransactions, gotcha, with horrible algorithm and pay-to-win aspects everywhere, even in competitive. So it seems like it's full of microtransactions. Did they get rid of the microtransactions? Like, See, that's the weird thing. Valve and Steam probably should also adopt the idea of free to start as a concept versus free to play, because that free to play needs to be split into free to start and absolutely free, no cost, or just free. Well, I guess I'll just wait and see if there's any change on the opinion of Disney Speedstorm. Yeah, seeing so many people refer to it as free to play confuses the issue. Intentionally, it's confusing the issue. Yeah, we already talked about Max Payne remake apparently being a big project. Apparently, Peter Molyneux's blockchain business sim is releasing next month. It's claimed the game will be an unforgettable business adventure. Peter Molyneux still riding high on fame that maybe he doesn't fully deserve for being the creator of Populous and Fable and Black and White. Although notably we haven't really heard anything new for the Fable remake, which he's not involved with, and none of those games are being made, and his new company really has nothing to do with those games. Yeah. Yeah, it's even in this case with Video Games Chronicles, it seems like they're not really that interested in giving Peter Molyneux even more press coverage. This game does not look to me like it will be anything of real interest. Super Mario Bros. Wonder gameplay shows Nintendo's next platformer in action. They recorded some exclusive co-op gameplay footage. But yeah, video of Super Mario Bros. Wonder is probably not that interesting. I almost misread this and thought this was saying that they recorded footage of this on the Switch 2, which would be much more exciting of footage, but no, that's not what it's saying at all. It's just saying they have footage of the game and they're calling it an exclusive, which if you're recording your own footage and they're letting 100 different mainstream video game journalists record their own footage, then you can easily have each of them claim an exclusive that way by making slightly different footage of the exact same vertical slice of game. Let's see. This is old news. Although he did come back and say he was going to make games, so there is something to that. Also, it's worth pointing out that one of the stories I'd forgotten about is that Platinum Games said they were going to go all in on games as a service, and then they released a game as a service that didn't really work. So it may very well be a case that Platinum Games is still on the path of only making games as services experiences, which Bayonetta was not that. Wonderful 101 was not that. So it would make a lot of sense for Hideki Kamiya to leave Platinum Games if their entire company's focus is just to make some kind of game as a service product. And that may leave Bayonetta and Wonderful 101 IPs in the hands of Platinum Games, but I mean, he would do better to leave the company and make something like Bayonetta, not called Bayonetta, than to be dragged down into making a style of game he just doesn't want to make and doesn't care about, which that does make the most sense as a speculation as to why he would leave, is if the company you're working for is going in a completely different direction from the way you've been making games, then that's a significant change in your job workload, your job duties. As much as you may still be a director or producer of video games, it's a different type of video game. If you were the supervisor who was in charge of making of people who were working in the assembly line to make cars, and then all of a sudden the company came in and said, you're now a supervisor in charge of an assembly line of people making cell phones. Yeah, that's pretty big difference. Even if the title's the same and the general idea is still the same. Let's see. Same old news. Old news, old news, old news. Still no update as to whether the Sony ransomware stuff happened, but wouldn't it be funny if Sony was hacked and there was something in the hacks that are going to be released, and that's why Jim Ryan is retiring from the company? Is like, oh no, all my emails are going to get out there. That would be a funny reason to quit or retire. Although, at a certain level, I guess you very well may have a decent argument to retire if Sony's been hacked 2 or 3 times in the past 10 years and your emails are in there in the mess that's getting hacked. You may just leave the company out of frustration, going, you're not protecting the emails I'm sending, you're not protecting my data, my business data, you're not protecting my privacy, my professional position. Apparently a canceled Knights of the Old Republic 2 Switch DLC led to a class action lawsuit against Asper and Saber. Restored content DLC plans were publicly axed a year after the game's release. Is this lawsuit happening now? Or is this historical information? Quote, despite their failure to release Coder's restored content DLC, defendants refused to refund the purchasers of Knight of the Old Republic, reads a class action lawsuit filed in July, individually and on behalf of all others similarly situated. So they're trying to make a class action lawsuit here. Plaintiff felt completely duped and was upset because he had relied on defendants' representation that the restored content DLC would be released for Knights of the Old Republic. In fact, plaintiff did not even play Knights of the Old Republic after purchasing it, instead choosing to wait until the restored content DLC was released, but defendants never did. Okay, so there's a lawsuit happening that could become a class action suit. We'll have to wait and see if that happens. I think there's probably a lot of people that try to make class action lawsuits and fail on one aspect or another, or just don't have enough money to pay the lawyers to continue down the path of what potentially could be a decade-long fight. Moving on, Video Games Chronicle says Starfield's second update has been released. The game's latest patch targets performance, stability, and gameplay issues. And most recently, as far as Starfield, the only thing I've seen is somebody apparently got bored and stacked a bunch of objects like dominoes and knocked them over, is what the screenshot I looked at. I didn't even bother to click play on the video, so it could have been a completely different video. But if that is the most interesting comment or content that's been released around Starfield, it really does just feel like Starfield is much like Fallout 4 in that there really isn't that much of a story to it, and I don't think that many people are sticking to it. Theoretically, we would be able to chart this. Let's see what happens if we click on this. Yeah. Zoom out. Not to a week. Sign in for full data for free. Okay, lifetime player count here. So, as of today, the number of players peaked at 102,959, and it has been a steady decline since the 14th of September, when it was well over double that at 260,870. Let's see. Doesn't really want to help me here. and its all-time peak was, I guess, at its launch on the August 31st at 330,000. So in half a month they've lost nearly 100,000, 70,000 players with a fairly slow decline, and then you start to have an increased decline in another 14 days. Yeah. That's no good. Yeah. Yeah, and I doubt anything new or interesting is going to happen around Starfield anytime soon. Like, maybe the first bit of DLC may bring back a few people, but yeah, it does seem like it's failed to grab the attention of people and get people to constantly play. A lot of people may just feel like me in that you could probably play Starfield 5 years from now and it will just be as good of an experience, if not better, just through patches and updates and mods. I would say, from the outside looking in, the one thing that Starfield needed is it needed that equivalent to the Fus Ru Da of Skyrim. And Fallout 4, same deal. Although in the Fallout series you could just have nukes, just a mini nuke launcher blowing up things, irradiating things, big mini nuclear explosions in any Fallout game, and that's a decent equivalent. So for Starfield there needed to be a laser gun that disintegrated people, or a grenade or a bomb that just made a big explosion, or even some kind of electronic EMP burst. Any kind of attack like that could be something you could do a lot of and would have a fairly low cooldown, and you could think of it as an attack of last resort, or maybe it just pushes people back and doesn't really kill them like the Fus Ru Da. I don't think of it fully killed or everything. But yeah, there needed to be a Dragon Shout equivalent, something that interesting, something loud and obnoxious a little bit, just to keep people's attention. And then you probably also need to have like magic equivalents and two-handed sword swinging equivalents, and just try to have an equivalent for everything that is in Skyrim in a sci-fi space environment. Have a werewolf equivalent, have a vampire equivalent, something like that. And honestly, if you start to go down that path, you can start to be a little creative when the mandate is we need werewolves in Starfield, but it's got to be a sci-fi world that is mostly made up of humans. So how do we make it so humans turn into monsters that look like werewolves? You have to have some kind of genetic engineering happening on a planet where a mad scientist turns humans into werewolves, or werewolf equivalents. And that could be a funny twist, certainly, to say, hey, there's werewolves in this game, even though it makes no sense in a sci-fi game that there be werewolves. Maybe Starfield is too serious for its own good in that aspect. Like, how do you have vampires? Well, you could easily have an anemia amongst a subsect of humans that are in space and they just don't get enough sunlight, and so they're always low on blood, and they're like raiders, so they attack other ships, and then they have nano bots in their teeth to drain the blood of other people. And you can, like, sci-fi explain why these people are vampires, and that would make a lot of sense. And you could certainly tease the idea that people call them vampires and that they dress like vampires and look like vampires, and then reveal, oh no, they're just pretending to be vampires and they're really just kidnapping people and draining their blood in their med bays with a needle and tubes. Moving on back to the news, Sony is offering new PS5 owners a free first-party game in the US. You have until October 20th to claim the deal, so I guess if you had a reason that you really wanted to buy a PS5 right now, I mean, it's probably not a terrible thought. I doubt the PS6 is going to be announced and be available in the next 8 months at least. Certainly, if you buy a PS5, these games would be one of the games you would want to buy, although I would heavily argue don't get Returnal, don't get Death Stranding, don't get Sackboy. Some of these games are almost certainly available used and cheaper. Horizon Forbidden West, I would say no, because you wouldn't get the DLC on that. I'd say stick with either Spider-Man games or God of War Ragnarok, maybe Ghost of Tsushima or Dark Souls if you already know that you're into that game. Last of Us Part 1 is probably not a good deal either. Uncharted is probably not a good deal either. Just some of those games are older and likely to be cheaper to buy. Anyways, easily this could be 2 or 3 first-party games if PlayStation had more first-party games. I mean, they're basically pointing out the 12 best games for the PS5 for the entire release history and life of the PS5, and 12 being the best list you can come up with, and not even 12 unanimously good games. I wouldn't really want to play some of these games like Demon's Souls and Sackboy, or Returnal even. It really just highlights that there are just not enough games on the PlayStation infrastructure as far as first-party AAA games, system seller games, games people even would remember to talk about. Red Dead Redemption 2 apparently has been listed for the Switch on a ratings board website. Rockstar released a Switch port of the original Red Dead Redemption last month. I think there was some speculation as to whether that was added or whether it was always there. And really, you're just going to have to wait and see if it actually comes to the Switch, and there's a say it would actually be good if it did come to the Switch. Actors Union SAG-AFTRA has voted to authorize a potential video game strike. We already talked about that, but it's probably worth repeating since I said it was actually the GWA that voted on it, and I was wrong about that. They voted 98% in favor. I think there was some reporting also that it was unanimous before, so yeah, 98.32, and if you're going to get to that level of percentages, that tells you a lot of people voted. Although maybe that's 98.32% of all SAG-AFTRA members, not just the employees or actors who work for the video game companies, which very well may be the case that that's how that went down. At a certain level, anybody in SAG-AFTRA probably does think that they may be working on a video game too. And that was one of the complaints, certainly as far as voice actors, is that there was a lot of times where you would be called to come in and do some voice acting work, and then when you got there, they would go, oh, this is for a video game, so we need you to work at potentially a lower fee. We need you to do a lot of hazard pay on your voice without paying you hazard pay. A lot of screaming, grunting, yelling, things that really wear out your voice compared to normal voice acting. We need you to strap on a camera to your face so we can scan your face as part of the voice acting without really paying you extra for doing that. We need you to jump around and act so we can mocap you while you're doing the voice acting, and so we don't pay you extra for that either, or we just don't warn you. Maybe they do pay, but they don't warn you. They don't let you be an informed person as far as what your task for the day and what the job will be for the day. You sometimes hear directors and producers talk about people walking off the set or refusing to do certain scenes. In the case of video game voice actors, they probably should walk off the set and refuse to do certain jobs. Unfortunately, there is not enough protection that you be hired for a certain job in any industry, and then you could potentially walk away from that job and, say, go back to unemployment or get unemployment or have any kind of recourse of any sort when an employer lies to you and is dishonest as far as what the workload is. I definitely had at least one job that was completely dishonest about what the job position was and what they wanted me to do, and I've had other jobs that have certainly stretched the definition of what the job is and made it sound like it was going to be more prestigious than it really was. Whereas then even stretching your resume a little bit is considered grounds for dismissal in the opposite direction. Yeah, it's always 100% the boss can lie to you, the police can lie to you, but you can't lie to the police. Or anyways, I'm probably going on a bit of a rant there. Moving on. EA Sports Club FC has benched a bugged Ultimate Team player because she keeps losing the ball. Ada Hegerberg has an unusual bug and can't be used until it's resolved. It seems weird that a single character would be removed or would need to be removed or would have a bug in general. I assume what this is some kind of programming mathematical mistake, because theoretically there should be some sanity checks, though, is what you'd call it. Something where you give specific stats and numbers to specific players, and the numbers should be within a range, and you should sanitize those numbers and make sure they are within that specific range. If she's losing the ball, then you would think that her number, as far as that, is lower than it should be, and than it shouldn't ever be. Overall, this is just continued evidence, though, that EA Sports did not put any extra effort into Football Club 24 versus the FIFA games that it's replacing, whereas they really should have put a little bit more effort into it, maybe even skipped a year and really come out with a bang. Let's see. Here we have another story we've already covered. Capcom thinks its games in particular should cost more. Kamiya saying, "I won't disappoint you." The maker of Lollipop Chainsaw is not Kamiya, but he also put out a screenshot, and I lost it somewhere there, of a new costume where Juliet, the main girl in Lollipop Chainsaw, is in a white bunny outfit, and it's a little bit bloody, and in the Japanese translation of it, he's assuring everybody that the outfit will be uncensored. He's basically saying uncensored, 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 because there's such a high concern that there will be censorship in Lollipop Chainsaw. and by him repeating it enough, he's also kind of forcing it to be true. Otherwise, people are going to be really upset. Although, in fairness, a full bunny suit, the only way it could be censored is that the blood on it could be removed. The costume in question being shown was covering her head to toe. Let's see. And then the 400-pound Pokemon trading card game classic release date was confirmed, which is way too expensive. And we are literally, at this point, I guess, 1-to-1 with the pound. The pound has lost effectively half of its value from several years ago, where it used to be for every £1, it was the equivalent of $1.50, roughly speaking. Yeah, Brexit has not worked out well for the UK, and I think most honest UK citizens would agree. Although I don't know what they could really do about it at this point, and I don't know what they really would want to do about it. If anything, I guess the UK, as a United States person who knows nothing about it, but the UK probably should push to re-enter in some kind of way with the European Union, on the grounds of an emergency, because Ukraine is at war with Russia and they need to support Europe. And just the UK is probably going to get a very bad deal re-entering with the European Union, but that's about all they can do. I mean, the only other thought would be for the UK to literally go to war with like France and the European Union and just try and take over the countries themselves, and I don't think the UK has that kind of colonial mentality anymore. To undo their mistake, go to war with somebody else. Although, who knows, maybe some kind of emergency like that. I imagine nothing happens. I imagine the UK will just stay in limbo forever and probably never be as relevant as it once was because of it. The empire has effectively fallen due to its own incompetence. Again, as a United States citizen, that's what I see from the outside, and that's certainly ignoring all the problems with the US in comparison. Moving on to Gematsu articles. I didn't realize we weren't even at Gematsu articles yet. Let's move quicker. PlayStation Plus monthly game lineup for October was announced. Netflix announced a Devil May Cry anime series. We're talking about a Tomb Raider mini anime series, quote unquote anime series on Netflix. Yeah. I just don't think a South Korean animation studio, Studio Mir, really justifies it enough to be called a anime series at that point, because it's not a Japanese company, it's not for a Japanese market, and yeah, that's just too many strikes against it to really call it an anime series in my book. Netflix doing that all the time. Let's see, 1000 X Resist has been delayed to Q1 of 2024. I already made a YouTube short on this game. Then, yeah, here's the Tomb Raider Legend of Lara Croft animated series. Notice that Gematsu is saying animated series in the headline here instead of anime series. And it seems like they're not naming the company that's making this one. And really the only difference between Devil May Cry and Lara Croft Tomb Raider is Devil May Cry as an anime or a video game originally was targeted to a Japanese audience, whereas Lara Croft Tomb Raider games were targeted more to a Western audience. Not that she wasn't popular in Japan and in the East also. Counter-Strike 2 now available. Let's see if should make a YouTube short around that. It is already in my account, so anybody that owned CSGO seemingly gets Counter-Strike 2 anyways, so everybody got a new game. You'd think you might advertise that though and put Counter-Strike 2 in everybody's account, but honestly shoving it into everybody's account is probably a problem too, in that there are some backbanned people like the Valve, what is it, account control. There are probably some people that are banned from playing Counter-Strike games, and there are probably some kids accounts and people that just wouldn't want Counter-Strike 2 in their account. Yeah, I guess one thing to learn from Apple is don't shove an entire soundtrack of music onto every single iPhone. That was a dumb idea. I'm surprised there wasn't more backlash against that. We talked about Jim Ryan retiring in March. King of Fighters 13 Global Match 3rd PS4 open beta test is set for October 3rd to the 9th. Let's see. A game called Midama demo is now available. Soul shifting sandbox. I think this is one we've already put on the fall list. Let's see, Sega canceled Hyenas and other unannounced titles by Sega Europe, with an update here saying job losses may occur as a result. I think it's probably been more confirmed than that, but whatever. We talked about Teardown. Which is overwhelmingly positive on Steam. Achilles Legend Untold launches November 2nd for the PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. Let's see if we've got that on the fall list. It's coming out of early access. So, while this is on the fall list, it coming out of early access justifies making a new YouTube short on it, particularly since it came out in 2022 before I probably was making YouTube shorts. I really have only been doing it for a few months, despite the massive amount of ones I've made. Phantom Blade Executioner launches November 2nd for the PS4 and 5, and the PC and iOS and Android. That is, I guess, another thing that the Raspberry Pi 5 might be worth checking out, is that if you wanted an Android desktop for some reason, or if you wanted some new Home Assistant server, maybe that power would help you. I'm not sure you really need it for a Home Assistant server. It may very well be in most cases. This is an Epic Game Store exclusive, I guess. Maybe in most cases that the power is just too much, and it is just smarter to buy a Raspberry Pi 3B Plus or a 4 still and get it cheaper. Let's see, Famitsu has the sales from the 18th to the 24th. Let's see. Interesting here, this is a HTML in tag that they didn't finish. It shouldn't be showing up here. It would be lesser than then greater than on ends to make a tag, and this is a slash here to end the strong tag. Strong, just a different way of making something bold. Pikmin 1+2 selling 23,941 units. Pikmin 4 22,000. Liza P 9,000. This list seems very weird though, in that a lot of these Nintendo games seem like they would be lower on the list usually, and there's no PlayStation 5 in the top 10. This is one of those lists that's going to get updated. Rankings 11 to 30 will be announced September 29th. I don't know why they separate, why Famitsu separates the rankings either. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Effectively, these sales are kind of like what my chart is trying to do, except for my chart is trying to grab the actual number of players playing the game on Steam instead of just the number of units being sold, either digitally or physically. And there's a question as to whether some of those units are being sold to storefronts and not actually being sold to people, or they're being bought by people and not actually being played. Hardware sales still look really good for Switch versions. PlayStation 5 is consistently holding the second spot now, but still getting fairly overwhelmed by Switch Lite, Switch, and Switch OLED models. As long as the Switch 2 isn't another Wii U, which I saw a chart showing how the Wii U really only sold like 13,000 units compared to somewhere around 110,000 units of the Switch, and somewhere around 120,000 units of the Wii. So it really is just sandwiched between two major sellers. So yeah, assuming that the next Switch does not flop, it will almost certainly continue to outsell the PlayStation 5, and that would really be the only reason why PlayStation 6 or even a portable PlayStation unit of some sort might be announced. Maybe that PlayStation Portal is in part why Jim Ryan is retiring. Maybe they're going in a different direction, or he announced or approved the PlayStation Portal and its pricing, which is ridiculously too expensive. Xbox Series S did fairly well with 7,000 units in Japan, and even the Series X is doing fairly well. None of these numbers though feel like they are getting a significant boost either in hardwares or sales around Tokyo Game Show, which that might be another issue with the Tokyo Game Show, is that it just doesn't really generate instant hype or instant sales around consoles, software, or hardware. I think I'd be fairly hard pressed after having played Pikmin 3 Deluxe to really want to play Pikmin 1+2. On one hand, I would like to play it, but I think it would make a lot more sense to just play Pikmin 4 and ignore 1 and 2, since I've already probably played 1 and 2, and since 1+2 doesn't really feel like it's adding any new content or any new experience to it. Let's see. Moving on, Hellboy Web of Weird has been delayed to October 18th, a 2-week delay. So, yeah. This will be an interesting one, considering it has this kind of comic book style to its visuals, although I'm not 100% sure that it's actually going to sell. I don't know if Hellboy is really as popular as they would like it to be. It does have a cult following of sorts, but I don't know if it's big enough or if those are gamers per se. City Skylines 2 for PS5 and Xbox Series has been delayed to spring of 2024. PC version is still coming out October 24th, so the console versions are getting delayed. Lords of the Fallen has an overview trailer on Gametsu if you want to check that out. Jujutsu Kaisen Cursed Clash Characters trailer is available if you want to look at that. Marvel's Spider-Man 2 details accessibility features. Now, I guess that means Spider-Man 2 is not actually out yet. I thought it was, but yeah, I guess it isn't. I guess I was just confusing it with the Miles Morales spin-off game, which that's inherently the problem of them making a Miles Morales spin-off game and having all those games released so close to each other. Apparently the accessibility feature is going to include options using the upcoming accessibility controller. They're calling it an access controller. Is that the name of it? Interesting. I didn't even know that access controller was still not out. Yeah. I would like to get my hands on the access controller at some point, but I almost certainly want to get it used, and I'm probably a little busted up, or cheap, at least. That's the real point here, is I want to get the access controller cheap. I would love for it to be in mint condition and cheap, but I would also be fairly questioning how good this controller really is. The screenshots really showing it in its worst case scenario. Well, they were originally, because they were showing it like this, where there was a joystick coming down the center and then the second buttons all above, where that really didn't make any sense at all. This is just not an orientation you're likely to ever use. It makes way more sense when you rotate it to say, here's where your hand rests in the middle, and you've got several buttons around here you can press, and you have a joystick over here on the side, and potentially you could even swing the joystick over on the other side or spin the whole thing. There's a bunch of ports that they haven't fully shown, I think, around the rim of this also. And then there still is a bit of a question as to whether this many buttons is enough on the access controller. It may be, it may not be. And like all accessibility controllers, there's some real problems here. Like, there probably should be a U-shaped connector that you could hook up to this, or that it would come with, so that somebody could just rest their wrist on the analog stick and tilt things left and right. And that then highlights this problem with any accessibility controller, in that there's just no way you're going to be able to make an accessibility controller that accommodates every single person with a disability, since everybody's disability is unique and different. In all fairness to this one, I still do feel like this might be a little bit more compact and a little bit more innovative than the Microsoft accessibility controller that actually isn't even made by Microsoft, which I haven't ever seen that in the wild either. But yeah, I think we need to start seeing these kinds of controllers in stores in some way. or at least advertised in stores, advertised in the packaging if you need to order it. Otherwise, they really are just teasing and pretending like they care about accessibility, which is really the truth. They just like to get the good press to say they care about accessibility without actually delivering on anything or being helpful to people. And as somebody who has a little bit of arthritis in his hands, maybe even more than a little bit these days, I'm not sure any of this accessibility controllers for the Xbox or the PlayStation helps in any way with that. Like, yeah. Particularly when you start to think about like QTEs and button mashing. I don't know if there's anything here that would be programmable to mash a button when you hold down a button and goes into a turbo mode or anything like that. And there isn't really a way to adjust grips here, whereas it might make a lot of sense if you could have some kind of stick up here that you could grab onto and tilt in different directions to press the buttons, instead of having your full hand rest on the center. I forget how this works. I think there might be more technology to it than what I remember. But yeah, I'd like to see it in the real world implemented. Moving on, Dwerve, DWERVE for Switch launches October 12th for the Nintendo eShop. It's already on Steam. Let's see. So it gives me an excuse to make a YouTube short on that. By making all the YouTube shorts with my macro earlier today, I probably improved the performance of my computer a little bit by not having so many tabs open. A game called Mail Time for the PS4 and 5 and Switch launches October 19th. It too is on the PC. It seems like we're seeing a pattern here, and maybe this is just going to be the future pattern, in that we're going to have either games I've totally missed, like this one, which I don't understand that at all as far as why I've missed it. I can just go ahead and put this on the wish list. It's very positive. It has over 30 reviews. It's not in early access. But yeah, even in April 27th, I'm still missing games of some sort, and we're seeing that pattern of games being released on Steam and then being ported to other consoles fairly quickly. Among Us VR is coming to the PlayStation VR 2. Again, Among Us VR. Go ahead and put that on the follow list, I guess. Because if I was going to get a VR headset, I could see potentially getting Among Us VR, although there probably is some major problem as far as there being only 5 people online right now and 23 people so far today, and an all-time peak of only 1,000. Yeah, Among Us VR doesn't make any sense. There's not enough of a player base, so I'm gonna remove it. Journey to Foundation launches October 26th. It is a PSVR and Quest 2 and Pico 4 game. PlayStation announcing VR things. That could be another reason why Jim Ryan might want to be retiring, is that he's overemphasized VR and not really succeeded in making VR a thing, the PlayStation VR 2 in particular. An arcade cover shooter called Heroes Forever has been announced for the PlayStation VR 2. At a certain level, if you could get the price down, if you could get the PlayStation VR 2 to work without having to plug into a PS5, which I think it does have to plug into a PS5, that could be the direction PlayStation goes, is that it is just a VR headset. If anything, though, I think something closer to a Steam Deck or a Switch with glasses that plug into it and then have VR as an option might make some sense. 2 mini HDMI outputs coming out of a portable Switch like device, and each one of those being able to do offset stereoscopic 3D VR type vision might work fairly well. And I guess that might be something that you could do with the PlayStation with the Raspberry Pi 5, is that you could have 2 4K at 60 frames per second, although I don't know if 60 frames per second is high enough. You probably want closer to 200 frames per second for VR. But yeah, if you could get high resolution, maybe you don't even need 4K at high resolution. Maybe you just need higher frame rates at that resolution. But yeah, if you could get 2 video outputs at a high refresh rate in front of your face, you could make something like the Switch feel very much like a VR headset without having to reinvent VR controls and wander around standing up. Yeah, I feel like for me in particular, I'd only really enjoy a sit-down VR experience. I'm not looking to do a stand-up full immersion VR experience where I'm wandering around inside of a invisible boundary box with controllers that are completely different, that I'd have to relearn. Notably, Steam and Valve have pretty much given up on VR. They haven't announced anything new lately. Moving on, Sonic Frontiers, the Final Horizon update, has a launch trailer, which you kind of have to expect that there would be a bundle for Sonic Frontiers, like a full version of the game. That would almost certainly be my guess. Although it may be just a case that the game is getting free updates, so it doesn't need a final version of it, or a all the DLC included version. All the DLC here on Steam is actually free anyways. See, a game called Tiger Blade launches November 17th. It's a PlayStation VR 2 action game. So obviously there was a PSVR 2 event that somehow happened. I wonder if that event happened and at the end of that Jim Ryan announced that he was retiring. I mean, I don't think it happened that way though. It would have made sense though for him to say one more thing, I've decided to retire, at the end. But then again, if you said it at the end, everybody would forget everything you said at the presentation otherwise, and even if you said it at the beginning, most people would forget otherwise. So it would make a lot of sense to announce your retirement a week after you did a PSVR event, not right next to each other. A game called The Foglands adds a PS5 version and launches October 31st. Let's see. It too is a PSVR 2 game. And then apparently it's coming to Steam at some point. Now I'm trying to remember here. Should I make YouTube shorts on games that have been announced, or should I wait until I see them? I probably should make a YouTube short on them and put them on the follow list no matter what, because if I miss it obviously the chances of missing a game are too high, so any opportunity to miss it should be avoided. A simulation game called The Elder Scrolls Castle is now available for early access for Android. Manage your own castle in Destiny. This is crazy. I assume this is from Bethesda? Well, it doesn't feel very much like an Elder Scrolls game. I'll have to start with that. But it does give me an excuse to potentially play yet another mobile game, which I'm still trying to find some mobile games to keep me busy. Yep. I heard of one more game called Counter::Side. That's a Korean game that I'm giving a chance to, on top of Memento Mori and 7 Mortal Sins, which are still going alright. I don't know if there's anything else. I'm still playing Tinka Fuma, and several of these games are adult games, obviously. I should point that out. And Lower Decks, Star Trek Lower Decks. Although, I think I'm probably less than a month away from being maxed out on Star Trek Lower Decks, which was way too early for that to happen. And see, there's a problem always with games like this, is that at any point the developers could be too slow, or they could just be lazy, or they could give up on a game and just not add enough new content fast enough to outpace the players of the game. And if you get maxed out and you're not seeing any new content but once per month, that's not enough updates. Whereas my now shut down game, Destiny Child, was very good about every month there was at least 1 or 2 events. There was at least 4 new characters unlocking. You just couldn't really unlock everything unless you were paying a lot of money and being a whale, or you were playing the game non-stop. Final Komatsu article here, Spy X Anna, or I don't know why they're calling it that. It says Spy X Family here. Operation Memories. Well, this also says Operation Diary. Launches December 21st for Japan, for the Switch in Japan, and in 2024 for the PS5 and PS4. All console and PC versions are due out in 2024 in the West. I mean, don't know where they're getting the name from though. Is this a translation error? I mean, this is literally the Japanese cover. Yeah, this is the Japanese art and the Japanese cover. It's got the Japanese review board, Zero, giving it a B, 12 plus. I assume that's a 12 plus. And yet, the logo in English says Spy X Family, and then, can't read the Japanese, Operation Diary. So, did they change the name abruptly? Or did the I mean, if they change the name, then they've got a heck of a lot of packaging they're gonna have to relabel. Yeah, I think Komatsu got a bad press release that's been mistranslated, or they've changed the name. I haven't seen Komatsu be this wrong, no. And at least I guess they're being consistently wrong here. Spy X Anna, Operation Memories is perhaps a better name for this game. But, yeah. It's just not what's on the artwork. Now what's interesting here is because the Switch version is more squeezed in, they have clipped almost the full edge here of what looks like a wine bottle or a sake bottle or some kind of drink, whereas it's fully in view on the PlayStation 5 version, although that may not actually be a wine bottle. It may just be some kind of drink. Again, you'd have to be able to see if you could read the label. Anyways, I'm already going too long though, so I need to move forward. Moving on to GameDeveloper.com, we probably covered everything from GameDeveloper.com, so we'll skip through all of this. Yeah, it's all pretty bad news. Here's one we didn't cover. Epic has filed an appeal to the Supreme Court in its antitrust case against Apple. Epic and Apple seek an audience with the Supreme Court as their years-long legal war continues. If Epic is filing an appeal to the Supreme Court, then they are either trying to jump past a circuit that would be between the last lower court ruling, or they've run out of other options. And yeah, if in April the Ninth Circuit Court Appeals dismissed Epic's claim against Apple that Apple had been engaging in antitrust practices. So yeah, I think the Ninth Circuit Court and the Circuit Court in general for most states is the highest court at a state level, and the only appeal above that is the Supreme Court, which I kind of question whether the Supreme Court wants to bother wasting their time hearing Epic's complaint against Apple, when, if anything, the FTC might have much better standing to make the exact same claim against Apple if they wanted to do that. I imagine the United States Supreme Court right now is more interested in ruling on other things, crazy things in a lot of people's minds, probably getting rid of like gay marriage if they can get away with it. Who knows what they have on their docket or what they're planning to do. But I don't think they really want to hear just boring Epic versus Apple. So if this appeal fails to the Supreme Court, then I don't know if they have any other standing in this legal battle. And so they may see the writing on the wall, and that may be why they laid off 16% of their workforce, 900 employees, is because they've been wasting money in this lawsuit, and they realize they're not going to recoup that money in the lawsuit, so now they're going to make their own employees suffer for the arrogance, potentially, of the higher-ups. Which, it's a shame that there isn't some kind of protection there, that you can potentially have a good paying job and be doing your job perfectly well, and then your job gets cut because the CEO is in a pissing contest with Tim Cook at Apple. Yeah, that doesn't seem fair, does it? And then apparently there's also a report that the Fall Guys developer Mediatonic has been decimated by Epic layoffs. I didn't realize that Epic owned Fall Guys Mediatonic, but that almost certainly was another merger that happened. And yeah, mergers are definitely never good for the employees, and if the FTC wanted to make an argument against mergers and do it the right way, I think they could easily make better arguments against mergers. Inherently, the FTC needs more laws to help it do its job, and needs to not fail and create precedents in which mergers are let through when they really shouldn't. My personal favorite opinion always is that there should probably just be a maximum size of corporations. And while I have often spoke and thought of it as money, that you should have $1 trillion company at most, and then every dollar after $1 trillion is 100% taxed and given to the government in the form of taxes. So you can't make more than $1 trillion per year in gross revenue, not net revenue, which would let them manipulate the numbers quite a bit. And every person should only be allowed to be a billionaire, and every dollar you own over $1 billion at the end of the year should be 100% taxed. Also, in gross revenue, or gross cash on hand, or valuation, not just revenue, because there's plenty of people who would have billions, if not trillions of dollars, that could stop making any more money and still would have billions and trillions of dollars. But you could also limit companies by their size, by the number of employees, by the number of buildings they own, the number of just market reach overall. Those are harder numbers, certainly to verify or control, but if you focus down to the number of employees and said you could only have, say, 10,000 employees at most, and therefore you can only do so much business, and if you're making too much money, you're going to have to just pay those 10,000 employees more money, because we're not going to let it all go to the CEO anyways. It's a lot easier to enforce the fantasy of trickle-down economics if you control how many employees there are and the maximum amount of compensation a CEO can get, one way or another. But yeah, I'm probably not making that much sense, and I'm rambling, so let's just move forward. Steam follow list cleanup. I guess this one didn't run. I have only like 4 things open here, which that doesn't make any sense. Like, I should have 10 tabs open here. But yeah, this is a 2021, still an early access card battler game. It is very positive, but I think at the point of 2021, early 2021, it's probably never going to get finished, so I'm going to take it off the follow list. And then we have probably something I could say no to, but I could also just say yes to it. It's not that relevant. Yeah, I think I'll just say no to it. Although I would like to see more Japanese games. There is just going to be a line where something that looks like a PlayStation 2 Japanese adventure game is just not going to really cut it. And then this Kyukiyomi, consider it online, never got anywhere. It's early access from 2022. Game Grumps covered Consider It, but the online concept I don't think went anywhere, obviously, with only 10 reviews and it being mixed reviewed anyways. Let's see. The original Kyukomi, Consider It, is rated very positively with 412 reviewers. And probably only got that many reviewers in part because it was played by Game Grumps. And yeah, I haven't actually seen Game Grumps even play anything particularly that interesting lately. They've been kind of slow. Yep. Of course, Game Grumps has, I'm not sure they've ever actually been a game review, game critic website, as much as they just are silliness. And then we'll look at new games on Steam, which there may not be that many games, but then maybe there's some element there too. Like here we have a game that has mature content. Description of bosses closed in game may be slightly bare. Some of bosses movements cause her press to sway. This is a Chinese full audio game, but it definitely has that feel of a asset flip CGI lady in a game that's trying to sell itself on having a sexy character, although you actually look at all the screenshots and it actually is much more obviously an attempt at a horror game than anything else. Even at that, though, I know it's as a flip horror game of no quality. Let's see, we have Beach Cafe 3, The Escape Room. Let's see if there's a Beach Cafe 2. It's not even worth checking, is it? The visuals here look so bad. First two aren't going to be any better than that. So that's going to be a no. Engineers looks like it's a bridge construction game, which I'll make a YouTube short on that. Alright, we have our first real adult game called Hentai Vivian, which is just a slide puzzle with a 2D colorful lady. It's a little bit anime, but again, it's a lady with big breasts and tall looking, definitely feeling more like she's being drawn to be more of a mature, older looking character. By Japanese anime style, she's being drawn as if she is in her late 30s, 40s. By maybe the perception of people on Steam, she's a lady in her 20s. There's almost certainly a disconnect in perception there. It looks like it's the same lady in each slide puzzle, and then there's 4 to 6 slide pictures. It's being sold for 69 cents and it is bundled with 65 other games for $62.53. So it's really really nothing as far as the game goes. the minimum specs for games. I wonder if I should pay attention to that. Yeah. This game is obviously going to be a no, but as an example, storage here is mentioned sometimes, but not always. It doesn't seem like it's really a requirement. But if I went through every game that I potentially wanted to play, would I have a way through Steam to see their storage? Or would I have to click on every single link on my Steam Deck library of games I own that work on the Steam Deck to figure out their space requirements? And almost certainly games that take up a ton of space would just be more of a hassle to try and install and play compared to games that only take a few hundred megabytes to play. Survival Nexus doesn't look like anything. The Last Stand looks like it's a tower defense, maybe Overwatch inspired tower defense. Latmos Explorer. I think I would say no here. Block coding. This idea of block coding, where you're dragging a block to move a character around, is not particularly appealing. I'm going to put this on the follow list, but I'm not going to make a short on it. Arguably, any game that's just around coding probably should be under a little bit more scrutiny as far as making a YouTube short on it, because it's probably just something that I have personal interest in more than something that really is of a level of quality that should have a short made on it. This After Dream looks like it might be something interesting. Of course, I really am then curating some more, and I'm not sure I really want to do that. Shark Shark, inspired by the legendary Shark Shark game released in its original version for Intellivision home consoles in 1982. This reimagined version lets up to 4 players offer a modern, addictive gameplay, fantastic graphics, great sounds. Alright, well, I'll give it a chance. I have definitely seen games like this where you play as a shark and you're swimming around eating fish, or you're playing as a fish eating other fish. I guess technically sharks aren't fish, although what defines a fish? Yeah. But yeah, I'm not sure that the original Shark Shark game is as historically relevant or the starting point around the concept of making a game where you have sharks eating fish or fish eating fish. Let's see, next we have a game called Rusty Ride, which doesn't look like anything. Then we have a text-based game, The Bread Must Rise, which doesn't look like anything. Then we have Kiali, which looks like garbage. Then we have a resource management game called Tribe Dash, Stone Age time management and strategy. Guess I'll make a short around that. Then we have Rogue Vive, Prelude, which looks terrible. Conrad Stevenson's Paranormal Private Investigator. Weirdly, this is very highly reviewed, so must have been in early access for a very long time. Is this a multiplayer game? No, it's a single player game. Interesting. Well, put it on the follow list, I guess. Chroma Wars. So it's my hope that nothing too big happens tomorrow, as far as video game news, and any news that does happen can wait until Monday. It will just have to wait till Monday. Here you have an interesting looking deck builder game. The wavy sides on the card is an interesting thought. Something you really couldn't do easily with a real card deck. Although if you did have wavy sides, it might be easier to hold the cards. You probably could cut cards to be wavy, but then the edges would probably get bent up like crazy. Woodland Isle here looks like another asset flip walking forest. Something in the well. A short 5 to 10 minute game with 2 endings for $1.39. That is ridiculous. At some point, Valve should have some red flags as far as just games being too short. Particularly with the 2 hours, no questions asked refund policy. Like, if the game was free for 5 to 10 minutes, that'd be fine. But honestly, you're going to spend 3 minutes installing a game and setting up to play a game. So that really has to be accounted for, that you can't make 5-minute game experiences. Even if you were doing a student project, a 5 to 10 minute game experience is probably not acceptable. That would be a couple of days of work at most. Let's see. Matrix bullets. Doesn't look like anything. Looks like we've got another Japanese only visual novel here. $6.99 Japanese only. Memento Mori is an abandoned amusement park and then is an orthodox text adventure. Click on the screen to advance the story. Playtime here is approximately 5 hours for $6.99. Well, we can't make a short around that or put it on the fall list. I'm hoping some of these Japanese only games, if they sell well, eventually do get English translations, but they very well may not. They may very well just be stepping stones to Japanese companies deciding to release English versions of their future games. This Fairy Afterlight looks like it could be something. Golf with a Vampire. It's not animated well enough. Top Swap. Looks like it is a random assortment of things. A high octane shape-shifting first-person shooter. Seems like there's a lot of jumping going on and swords, and it all just feels a little asset flippy. Like, it almost feels like there actually is a game here, but I don't think there really is. So yeah, I guess in part just because the screenshots are doing such a terrible job of explaining itself and the description is doing a terrible job of explaining itself, I'm going to say no to Top Swap. My Heroes 1 Justice. This apparently was in early access and already on my wish list. And, I mean, there's no new DLC, is there? Why is this tab open? Either this just came out of early access. If that's the case, I'm gonna say nothing, do nothing with it. Or this is on the fall list, which it's not on the fall list, it's on the wish list. So it must have come out of early access. I'm just gonna do nothing with it then. Wild Mender. Kind of an interesting art style to the characters and a kind of interesting looking world. I'm not 100% sure there's actually a game here, but I'll give it a chance. The War Enders. First Strike is just a shoot 'em up game. Next we have a adult game, 3D CGI adult game called Gynocracy. I guess it's supposed to be like democracy with gyno in the front. It's a dystopian matriarchal society. Alright, so there's a screenshot here of a dominatrix lady dominating as a submissive lady or dominating somebody, and then some guys, a lot of characters in collars being subjugated. So yeah, it's the same old CGI characters being asset flipped. Weirdly though, I would say this is playing into a fairly interesting fetish, and it is perhaps telling a fairly interesting story of what a world could be like, what the world would look like if there was a highly dystopian matriarchal society. This game is being sold as early access, which I never get that for these adult games, and it's $7.64. It's English only, no full voice acting though. It is definitely a femdom thriller, is how it's describing itself. Yeah. Well, it definitely is selling to its audience, and I think it's doing a fairly good job of that. Only real problem is the early access element. Here we have a very poorly animated Japanese only visual novel for $15.11. Yep. Even seeing these duds of Japanese only games though is really giving me some hope. Like, ideally you wouldn't have yet another country flooding Steam with garbage games, but I don't think that's really what's going to happen. I imagine we'll get an occasional dud now and then, and there might even be some hidden gem reason why a game like this deserves to be on Steam that I'm just not seeing, and may never see. But yeah, I'm basically willing to welcome in almost any game that's Japanese only, and just to fill in perhaps the gap of Japanese games that are getting made and not getting released on Steam, and have always been made and not released on Steam, or getting sold on other websites for PC, or getting put exclusively on consoles. This Infinity Strash Dragon Quest The Adventure of Dai is not doing particularly well so far. Here we have yet another adult game, so we're getting quite a bit. This is 2D colorful anime style characters called Sister X Slaves. You have two tall, giant-breasted ladies, just ridiculously large, G cups, double G cups, in a visual novel story. it's probably a little bit more simplistic of a story. Seems like the two girls are sisters and they're getting forced into into living with a guy, and then the guy is manipulating them. Sister X Slaves here that was selling at that Japanese price of $22.49. It's got full Japanese audio. It seems like there's maybe even a couple bits of DLC that are selling for $15.99 and $12.99 also. Weirdly, the game has 13 achievements, so I'd assume there's 13 chapters in it. There's a caution here. All in-game text has been translated using machine translation, and yeah, I imagine that is what's going to happen fairly often. I'm trying to figure out how many hours it's going to claim it has. Doesn't say, but I can show this just for comparison. Yeah, all in-game text has been translated using machines, and then here you have one of the, I assume they're sisters, Mao Segasaki, with a 126 breast size pea cup, which is just ridiculously, as far as a size, as far as breast being 126, when then they're saying the waist is 65 centimeters, I assume is what this is, and then the hips are 98 centimeters. Just ridiculous proportions. And yes, this is another Segasaki, and she is 103 I cup with a waist of 57 centimeters and a hip size of 88 centimeters. Just ridiculous proportions, and yet these kind of ridiculous proportions Valve is more than happy to accept, because as long as that height is tall enough or looks tall enough, as long as it's not the moe art style, as long as it's not the kawaii art style, as long as you can say all characters in the games are 18 years older or 20 years older, they seem to be okay with it. Which, okay, if that's the line in the sand you draw, then that's the line in the sand Valve draws. We'll just have to know that that's their level of censorship. Next we have I Expect You to Die 3, Cog in a Machine, which I think the first two of these sold well enough to make a YouTube short on that. How many more games that we have to cover? Quite a bit. Pizza Possum. This is yet another game that seems to have already been on my follow list. September 28th, 2020. I wonder if it's a case that the reason why I only had 4 follow list games is because 6 of the other follow list games were already on the follow list as repeated. Now they're coming out of early access. Is there something special about the end of September in that a lot of game developers are just looking to publish their game before the next quarter? And that there probably is. A lot of people's fiscal quarters do end at the end of September instead of at the end of December. I'm gonna give this a follow and a chance, even though it looks a little weird. Randomville doesn't look like anything. cannon fighters. Doesn't look like anything. I do have to severely question though whether it's worthwhile to stream at all if you're gonna run this late into the night, but whatever. I mean, at a certain point these live streams have just boiled down to this game looks like it might be something. Yeah, at a certain point the live streams have just boiled down to me doing work and making footage while doing work, perhaps making worse quality footage that should be left on the cutting room floor, and that is certainly a thought. But at the moment I'm just going with a transparency strategy and see how that works. Next we have an adult game here that's 3D CGI characters, although I'd say the CGI perhaps has a slightly softer color palette. It's not as sharp in the browns. Called Knockout Master. It's a visual novel where you're a boxer, but then it's showing you a bunch of ladies, so I assume you're not boxing the ladies or punching the ladies. There's a lot of butts being shown and a lot of cleavage. Yeah. I don't know if there's anything more to say here. It looks like maybe there's a little bit more attention to detail being put in this visual novel. It's early access again for $10.91. Looks like you have 5 girls. It says it has over 10,000 renders and over 300 animations, 8 love interests. Yeah. Looks like there might be a bit of a boxing mini game in it. Yeah, there was a thing called Foxy Boxing, where girls pretended to box each other in bikinis while people looked on and ogled them, but the reality of actually boxing and punching people and bruising and cutting up their face and their body is just not particularly ideal there. Even if you're into like sadism and inflicting pain on people, boxing is just a really poor way to do it. Boxing inherently, ever since they got away from bare knuckle boxing, was designed to stretch out the fight and delay people getting winded, to delay people getting knocked out. Zomwick doesn't look like anything. It's not anywhere close to like Jello wrestling, which at least that gimmick kind of makes sense. Or mud wrestling. Even there, those concepts and gimmicks are kind of ridiculous. Ninja Kids Time Masters. I've never heard of Ninja Kids, but I'll give it a chance. My Hero Ultra Rumble. Yeah, it's almost like Bandai just shoved out both of the My Hero games at the same time out of early access. This one's free to play, and you can see it's mixed reviewed. I'll just leave it on the follow list. It's very possible that the My Hero series were things I caught earlier. Minefield. It's apparently a VR short film delving deep into the world of PTSD. Alright, I guess I'll give that a chance. The Moon Ring. But just Moon Ring. Yeah, I'll give it a chance. We have like 4 more games. No, as silly as it might be, if you wanted to take an activity that's somewhat violent and aggressive and you wanted to make it like Foxy Boxing, something like hog tying might actually be the best thing to do there. But even that may just be a little too violent. Bull ridings, things like that. Like if you replace a hog with a lady, if you replace a bull with a lady, that would probably work better as a concept. Of course, the whole thing is just ridiculous contrivances for no reason. Headlong hunt doesn't look interesting enough for me to say yes to it. It's a Sokoban game, a box pushing game, but it's just not catching my attention. Here we have another G mode game. The thing to take from this though is that this is a Shin Megami Tensei game. It's not supporting English, however. This is one of the early Shin Megami Tensei games, or spin-offs of Shin Megami Tensei. Fate Samurai Remnant. If anything, I would guess this is the entirety of the Tokyo Game Show also, is that we just hit a point here where a bunch of games got announced and the games then were very quickly released. There's something weird here. Right here is this black dot on the screenshot. That I thought there was something wrong with my screen, or that there was something on the glass on my screen, but go back here to this screenshot and it's not there. It's like they took a picture and there was a dead pixel or something on the screen or something. Well, whatever. We've already got this on the follow list, so I have to assume I've already made a YouTube short on it, so can't really do anything more with it. IA Scatter City. Seems like this probably is just a walking simulator, but even if it is, it's a different type of world. Although I don't know if you couldn't just program something to make a world look like this. It is certainly an interesting concept. We've seen this concept as to this is what the future might be, just buildings built on top of buildings with no code or no thought put into it, just cubes on top of cubes on top of cubes. So what can you really do with that in a video game, particularly in a video game, since you can just assume the city won't collapse with this type of architecture? But how does that add to anything? How does that improve anything or tell a different type of story by having a city designed that way? If you're parkouring outside the walls of the city, maybe it's a little bit easier with that kind of design. Maybe that makes sense. If you're inside the buildings and they're designed like that, probably doesn't change too much. If you had some kind of puzzle element where the bits of the city move around, maybe that would make some sense. Yeah. In a lot of ways, it's probable that in sci-fi stories where they describe cities like this. They're just doing it for it to be different and weird. But different and weird alone doesn't really justify the existence. There should be some natural explanation as to why a city would be built that way. Moving on, we have a game called Beyond Fantasy, which I think we can say no to. Then that's the end of the show. So, yeah. We didn't destroy enough cards, we didn't normal summon, and I guess on the solo, I may very well have 2, even 3 more solo stories to cover. Yep. Yep. Well, that's going to be it for this late night emergency stream. Went longer than I had hoped or wished for, but whatever. That's going to be it. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to support me further, there's a link down below in the description box.